Hello, everyone, and welcome. We'll wait just a few minutes while the room is populated. Hello, everyone, and welcome. We'll wait just a few more minutes while the room is populated. Okay. All right, I'll go ahead and get started. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this. We're getting a little feedback. That probably did it. Thank you. Hello and welcome to this, the 88th meeting of the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Review Committee. My name is Melanie O'Brien, and I am the designated federal official to the Review Committee. Before we begin, I would like to remind everyone that this meeting is being recorded. The recording, transcripts, and meeting minutes will be made publicly available after this meeting and will include the names of those in attendance today. If you object to this, you can disconnect at this time. This is a public meeting of the Federal Advisory Committee established by the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act, NAGPRA, of 1990, and this meeting is held under the Federal Advisory Committee Act, FACA, and its implementing regulations. This meeting was noticed in the Federal Register on May 2nd, 2024. An agenda for this meeting and materials are posted to the NAGPRA Programs Events page. The Secretary of the Interior issued a charter for this review committee, which governs its objectives and scope of activities. The purpose of the review committee is to monitor and review the inventory and identification process and repatriation activities under sections 5, 6, and 7 of the Act. The review committee is also responsible for reporting to Congress on the progress and any barriers encountered in carrying out its responsibilities. FACA, the Federal Advisory Committee Act, requires that advisory committee membership be fairly balanced in terms of points of view represented and the functions to be performed. To achieve this, NAGPRA requires that the review committee be comprised of 7 members, 3 members nominated by Indian tribes, Native Hawaiian organizations, and traditional religious leaders, with at least 2 such persons being traditional Indian religious leaders. 3 members nominated by national museum organizations and scientific organizations, and 1 member appointed from a list of persons developed by and consented to by all the other members. Members are appointed by the Secretary of the Interior and serve as advisors to the Secretary on NAGPRA-related issues. With that as an introduction, I'd like to start with a roll call of committee members. Please answer out loud when I call your name. Holly Aloha Ayau.
Aloha.
Dominique de Beaubien.
Present.
Angela Garcia Lewis.
Present.
Timothy McEwen.
Present.
Armand Menthorn. Toby Patrick. I will state for the record there was a wave by Toby. I think they're still dealing with some audio issues on that end. Toby, could you please wave if Armand is there with you? Okay, he waved again, so Armand is also in the room. Well, hopefully they'll fix their audio issues. And finally, Shelby Tisdale.
Present.
I would also like to acknowledge the individuals who are assisting us in conducting this meeting. We have 2 attorneys from the Department of the Interior Office of the Solicitor with us today, Brady Blasco with the Division of Parks and Wildlife, and Stephen Simpson with the Division on Indian Affairs. From the National NAGPRA program, Lisa Koshelski is the review committee coordinator responsible for organizing this meeting and preparing the minutes and transcripts of these proceedings. I hereby call this meeting to order. Mr. Chair, would you like to begin with the traditional opening of this meeting?
Is Toby's audio working or not? Did you hear my question?
I heard your question and I saw Toby respond, but I did not hear him. So I don't think his audio is working.
Then I'll offer the opening pule if that's what. Pule kako. E nā kupuna, mai ka manawa ua ki a ia manawa. Kei kunei mako makapo uhiwi o papa. Ua hanau ia mako mai a papa mai a hoi hoi a papa. Nā mako e mālama I nā iwi o ko mako kupuna. Nā nāma o e mālama I ko mako iwi ho o mau ka lokahi o kako. No laila. E ho mai ka ike, e ho mai ka noe au, e ho mai ki aloha, e ho mai ka ikaika. A mama, hua no. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Before we begin with our first agenda item today, I would like to note that the review committee is interested in receiving comments from anyone in attendance in today's meeting on the progress made or barriers encountered in implementing NAGPRA. If you're interested in providing public comment during this meeting, please let me know when I ask for public comment. At that time, I will turn on the chat feature for this meeting, or you can raise your hand to request to make public comment. The first item on our agenda today are presentations. We have several presentations scheduled for this meeting. I would like to remind the audience that any Indian tribe, Native Hawaiian organization, museum, or federal agency may make a request to provide a presentation at future review committee meetings by emailing me at nagpra_info@nps.gov. Today's agenda includes 9 presentations. Due to the large number of presentations we have, we will be limiting each presentation. Each presenter was informed that they have 5 to 7 minutes to present to the committee, and the committee will then have 8 to 10 minutes for questions or discussions. If you're in agreement, Mr. Chair, I will remind presenters and the review committee when the allotted time is up.
I appreciate that, Mahalo.
Great. Okay, the first presentation is by the Arizona State University School of Human Evolution and Social Change. Allison, you should be able to unmute and turn on your camera, as well as share your screen. Well, we can't hear you, Allison.
There we go. Sorry about that. I apologize.
Excellent. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. And I know I'll try to be brief. Good afternoon and good late morning to those on the West Coast. I am Allison Dahlstedt, Assistant Director of Repatriation for the School of Human Evolution and Social Change at Arizona State University. I'm here with my co-presenter, Chris Castledine, the Curator of Collections for the Center for Archaeology and Society Repository, also within the School of Human Evolution and Social Change, or SHETS for short. We appreciate the opportunity to present our NAGPRA process to this committee. Since 2021, ASU through the repository has dedicated resources and attention towards fulfilling the intent of NAGPRA legislation. We are committed to returning home all Native American ancestors, their belongings, and cultural items. The repository cares for 2 types of collections: federally controlled collections and Arizona Board of Regents, also known as ABOR collections. Federal collections we house include the U.S. Forest Service, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and Bureau of Reclamation. The Archaeological Research Institute collections resulted from the BOR expanding the capacity of a reservoir in central Arizona on Tonto National Forest lands. ABOR collections resulted from cultural resource management compliance on state of Arizona or private lands, field schools, and donations made by private citizens. Unlike many museums, the collections housed at the repository are largely the result of federal and state cultural resource compliance and educational training. ASU conducts formal government-to-government tribal consultation, recognizing tribal sovereignty and self-governance. This is done in compliance with a variety of statutes, policies, and administrative actions. Consultations are conducted between federal, state, and tribal officials with decision-making authorities present. As a responsible party for ABOR-NAGPRA compliance, ASU has made diligent efforts to communicate and form meaningful relationships with potentially affiliated tribes. In 2021, we invited 15 tribes to consult based on geographic information provided by the Government-to-Government Consultation Toolkit. We initiated our work with sites on state or private land in the Phoenix area with no Native American ancestors, with the intent of initiating consultation locally before expanding to more distant areas. We received 7 responses and 2 tribes requested consultation. Since November of 2021, the repository is engaged in active consultation with the tribal historic preservation offices of those tribes, including frequent meetings and updates. We provide consulting tribes with copies of summaries, inventories, and notices for review before submitting them to National NAGPRA for publication. All of our NAGPRA processes were actively developed in consultation with tribal partners to expediently and respectfully return all ancestors, their belongings, and other cultural items. We have instituted a thorough process to ensure that all ancestors and cultural items are located, treated with respect and dignity, and repatriated together. It takes hundreds of hours per site to do this work in a respectful and correct way, following the priorities of our tribal partners and the intent of NAGPRA legislation. This process consists of background research to establish our expected NAGPRA collections, an inventory of the collections to locate ancestors and cultural items, documentation, rehousing, and the drafting of federal notices, and a summary report for appropriate federal and tribal partners. We continue to revise our procedures in consultation to prioritize the concerns of new tribal partners. Like many museums and federal agencies, we have limited information about the collections under our care. We are dedicating substantial time and resources to obtain information necessary to identify and return all ancestors, their belongings, and other cultural items home. In many cases, this requires tracking down and digitizing archival records and inventorying physical collections to identify NAGPRA items. We are working with the university and federal agencies to fund this process for collections under their control. It is of utmost importance to our tribal partners, and therefore to us, that no ancestors or cultural items are left behind. Repatriation is a traumatizing event for tribal communities, so it is our responsibility to do everything in our power to send all ancestors home with proper dignity and respect. ASU previously identified ancestors and belongings within collections removed from 16 sites located on state and private lands. Inventories originally submitted to National NAGPRA about these sites were based on unreliable and inaccurate information. Since 2021, we have completed a full inventory for 10 of these sites, completed documentation of ancestors and belongings for 4 sites, and submitted notices of inventory completion for 2 of these sites. While there's still much work to be done, our work is gaining substantial momentum. We are currently working to repatriate BIA collections under our care removed from tribal lands. BIA has granted us the authority to work closely with appropriate tribal partners to ensure we are prioritizing their concerns. Thanks to our most recent cooperative agreement with BIA, our staffing is increasing, and we anticipate the rate of this work will increase dramatically over the next few years. ASU is additionally actively working to repatriate NAGPRA collections under our care from Tonto National Forest. We are not the lead entity for these collections and are required to follow the direction of Tonto National Forest. Under this cooperative agreement, Tonto National Forest is leading consultation, and ASU has not been granted authority to discuss NAGPRA compliance for these collections. ASU is actively assisting the BOR with the repatriation of ancestral remains from the Navajo Reservoir to Jemez Pueblo. This week, ASU hosted and assisted representatives from BOR, Jemez Pueblo, and Hopi in the readying of ancestors for reburial this year.
Recognizing the enormity of the task, ASU has made great efforts since 2021 to increase our staffing to enable us to follow tribally informed procedures and meet the intent of NAGPRA. The staffing chart shown here illustrates the people who directly or indirectly contribute to our NAGPRA progress. Allison and myself began our current roles in 2021. The majority of these positions did not exist until late 2022 or early 2023. This past semester going into this summer, almost 50 people took part in these efforts. Funding is a driving factor allowing our progress. As shown here, we have secured funding from both federal agencies and within the university. We want to emphasize that our efforts, guided by tribal priorities, have required a commitment of over $1.5 million. NAGPRA education has been an important part of our work. When we started, we learned that there was little formal NAGPRA educational opportunities beyond webinars and workshops. Students were integral for inventorying the collections we house, but we saw an opportunity to provide expanded training in needed NAGPRA skills. This led us to develop an internship course called Archaeological Collections Care in NAGPRA. Key to this class is a weekly reading group covering topics on collections care in NAGPRA and inviting the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community to provide their cultural sensitivity training. Over 50 students have completed at least one semester of this class. Additionally, we created a 4-semester NAGPRA learning track. In this program, students learn skills to manage NAGPRA projects and complete an internship with a federal agency or partner museum. Jade and Quinn, shown on this slide, are the first graduates of the program. Finally, this fall, ASU will accept applicants for a revamped MA in Museum Studies, now with a focus on NAGPRA. We appreciate the needed improvements provided by the new regulations. They have outlined many opportunities to move our repatriation forward in a correct way. Like many, we are working to understand what is required under the new regulations. We provide the following comments and recommendations based on our experience. First, the clearly stated timelines provided in the new regulations provide better guidance for museums like us, but create a substantial time burden to meet those deadlines. It is clear talking to our tribal partners that the burdens we are under is substantially higher for them. We are one of many museums asking for more time up from them. Second, the substantially increased pressure to publish notices based on available information runs counter to our understanding of NAGPRA. We agree that reaching out to potentially affiliated tribes at the beginning is crucial. From our experience, however, if we publish notices based on available information, we will have to repatriate more than once from the same archaeological site. Numbers that ASU reported in inventories in the past were incorrect, but based on available information. We defer to the goals of tribes we consult with, but need time with the oversight of those tribes to ensure that we are not causing repeated trauma when we locate ancestors and cultural items from sites that we said were repatriated. Third, federal funding provided for NAGPRA is insufficient. As we discussed, the team of our size working on multiple projects at the same time has required over 1.5 million since 2021. No single staff member can reasonably be expected to comply with NAGPRA in addition to other responsibilities. From our experience, it takes a team to respectfully expedite repatriation. We are grateful for the funding we have received and put it to its intended use, but it's not enough. We have a large team and it will take years for the current staffing levels to complete NAGPRA for the size of collection we house. Further, funds dedicated to tribes need to be substantially increased. It is clear to us that the increased engagement from museums and federal agencies is stretching the capacity of tribes we consult with. We encourage federal agencies to consult with tribes to learn about the demands the new regulations are placing upon them and identify ways to financially support their work. We appreciate the opportunity to present our progress to this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris and Allison. Mr. Chair.
Members, questions for these speakers? Dr. McEwen.
I just have one question. I know that you've outlined quite a bit of financial information on what you've expended thus far, and I may have missed it. Have you estimated the cost it will take for you to comply with the regulations as they stand?
We have not gone into that detail. It is something that we are considering, and if that is helpful to the committee, we can provide some indication of what that would cost.
I think from the discussions this committee has had in the past, I think it would be a useful figure for us to have, particularly in preparation of our report to Congress. Thank you.
Are there, Dominique?
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I've got two questions. So the first is, do you have a breakdown of what that dollar collections care, things like that?
Sorry, you were breaking up. Can you? repeat
Yeah,
sorry about
sorry, Dominique, could you repeat your question?
Sure. As for that $1.5 million since 2021, do you have a breakdown of what those funds have been spent on?
So this is a overview. The specifics, we have that information. We just don't have it listed here. It's something that we could provide. But this gives an overview of the funds that have been dedicated by our various funding sources. And
Sorry.
an idea of the staffing that has contributed.
Thank you. And my second question is, can you give us a better idea of the scale of your collection?
Yes, our collection started in the 1950s, and it's comprised mainly of federal compliance and university educational projects. And so the total scale is, the way we count it is 30,000 boxes. And so
Wow.
that's the best scale we have, because we are actively working to get a sense of what the scale of our collections are, and we're not the only ones that are facing that. We're not as huge as some of the big institutions. We have millions of items that we are diligently going through to account for what the scale of our collections are.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Armin?
There's a question for Allison. The federal agencies that were mentioned, Forest Service, BIA, and Bureau of Reclamation, what's the total inventory of those 3 federal agencies, including associated and unassociated funerary objects?
The scale of those collections is what you're asking. I don't have exact box counts available. And part of that is because we are still diligently doing work to understand the scale of those collections, because the existing information is not very reliable that we have in our database. I can speak more directly to the ABOR collections that we have control over. The federal ones are a little bit, we have a less understanding about those collections. But I'm happy to provide more information in a follow-up if you would like some specific numbers of boxes.
And it's important to point out that available information prevents us from actually getting an answer at this point.
I'm sorry, could
But eventually, Allison, you will get numbers?
I mean, yes, that is the goal, and we're working closely with the federal agencies to help support that work, because that is definitely what needs to happen and is something we're actively working on.
Thank you. Then another question for Melanie. The Arizona State University recommendations that they made at the end of the report, are those recommendations reflected in the report to Congress?
Thank you, Allison, for getting back to that slide. I believe that the committee has previously and consistently reported to Congress on the need for more funding, which is where that request should go to Congress for funding for NAGPRA grants. The other 2 recommendations on the PACE deferring to tribes and the related concern about the expedited publishing of notices, I would say is addressed in the revised regulations through the provisions for an extension to the inventory timelines, provided there is tribal consent to that request for an extension.
Okay, Allison, just one last comment. When we had the last meeting in person in Indiana, there was a representative there from the Bureau of Indian Affairs that gave a report. It wasn't very encouraging. There are many places that the Bureau of Indian Affairs has holdings that are undocumented and lack of inventory. And we told the Bureau of Indian Affairs that we would want consistent updates on their workings with NAGPRA. And we've had, I think, 2 meetings now via computer, and BIA hasn't been on one of them. So I hope that Arizona State can help with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, because it's very disturbing. It would seem that the BIA, being the flagship and working directly with tribes, would have more progress. But they are one of the federal agencies that have least progress. So just to mention that, Allison, and hope that Arizona can work diligently with BIA in helping them. And again, Melanie, it's important that the BIA and other federal agencies that we mentioned at Indiana that need to continue to update the committee. And BIA is one of them. So thank you, Allison and Melanie.
Thank you for that comment. Yes, and I do agree. I mean, we are working really closely with BIA and we are entering into a new cooperative agreement. So I'm really hopeful that that progress will increase. And I am grateful as of now, they've given us authority to consult directly with the tribes, which I think is very important so that we are directly using tribal feedback in our procedures and able to communicate that information actively as we're doing it. So yeah, I agree and thank you.
Thank you. We are at the time limit for this presentation. Mr. Chair, did you want to entertain some more questions or?
If there are no other questions, then we'd like to move on.
Thank you.
Members? Okay, thank you very much.
Holly Aloha, if I may ask one thing, could you all provide us with a copy of your PowerPoint?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. The next presentation is from the University of Arizona, the Arizona State Museum. Jim?
All right, let me share my screen. Okay, thank you very much for having me. I'm Jim Watson. I'm the Associate Director of the Arizona State Museum. And it's important for me to point out that unlike the previous presentation, we are not affiliated with Arizona State University. ASM, or the Arizona State Museum, is located in Tucson at the University of Arizona, and we are a unit on campus under the Vice President for Research. And I'm joined here today with my colleague, Kristen Lucas, who's our Repatriation Coordinator. Part of my job as the Associate Director of the museum is to oversee the Repatriation Office. And so we've been asked to come talk about our progress to date, our inventory process, and talk about some of the barriers in implementation. So I'll jump right into it and talk about our process. Our collections are also extensive and include state-controlled as well as agency collections. And to date, as far as ASM-controlled collections, those that the state of Arizona owns, ASM has published 25 notices of inventory completion, which includes the return of more than 2,500 ancestral remains and nearly 34,000 associated funerary objects. In addition, we've also published 25 notices of intent to repatriate, returning several thousand unassociated funerary objects, sacred objects, and objects of cultural patrimony. These notices culminated in the completion of 27 NAGPRA projects over the course of the last 33 years. And I will mention that ASM has actually conducted repatriations to tribal nations before the passage of NAGPRA. And since the passage of NAGPRA, ASM has carried out a minimum of 1 repatriation every year, with the exception of 6 years, 2 of which were impacted by tribal nation closures during the COVID-19 pandemic. It's important to point out that all the determinations represented in these notices were made as a result of museum staff efforts in consultation with tribal representatives. We've also been asked to facilitate the NAGPRA process for various agencies with collections for which ASM serves as a repository. And this has led to numerous federal collections being repatriated and many others prepared for consultation and repatriation upon agency action. Much of the success that ASM has had in consistently carrying out repatriation projects due to the strong relationships that we've built with agencies and the tribal nations over the last 3 decades. And these relationships are what helped ASM form its NAGPRA program and inventory process. Again, a process that was created in consultation with stakeholders to ensure that repatriation projects are done ethically and to the best of our ability. And to address the comment or the question about BIA collections, the largest collections that ASM have that are agency controlled are BIA. And as my understanding is that we have one of the largest or the largest BIA collections in the US. And I'll talk about funding, but BIA has been very generous in providing funding. And we have, I would say, most of the ancestral remains and associated funerary objects that have been repatriated through the years are associated with BIA collections. The repatriation procedures in use at ASM before the recent revisions to the NAGPRA regulations were based on best museological practices and were developed in consultation with tribes to ensure the return of all ancestral remains and cultural items at the time of repatriation. The primary mechanism that we use to engage with cultural representatives from all 22 of Arizona's federally recognized tribes is the State Museum's Southwest Native Nations Advisory Board, or SWNAB, which is composed of 2 representatives from each tribe and meets biannually to consider and address museum programs and policies, including our approach to repatriation. Early on in our NAGPRA process, our tribal colleagues expressed a preference that ASM account for and physically reunite all remains and funerary belongings with collections in advance of publishing Federal Register notices. The specific goal was to prevent fragmentation of collections, which ultimately prolongs the repatriation process and can lead to further harm to the communities receiving the ancestors and cultural items. Unfortunately, our efforts to honor tribal wishes for complete repatriations, ASM's progress has experienced severe protraction over the course of decades. And despite significant effort and active engagement with the process, our NAGPRA work remains ongoing rather than completed. Considering the revisions to the regulations this year, we have reassessed our approach and moved consultation to the forefront of our process. This not only allows us to publish notices and transfer legal control of collections to claimant tribes sooner, but it allows us to engage with each potential claimant tribe and identify what forms of research, as defined in the new regulations, they would wish for us to carry out on the collections prior to repatriation. Therefore, we have developed an informal consent form to include as part of our consultation packet to clearly identify the step, the reason we have traditionally done it, and the harm that could come that result from doing it. And we recently presented this consent form and this approach to the Southwest Native Nations Advisory Board to solicit feedback specifically. So our revised goals since the passage of the new regulations focus on, within the next 3 years, publishing notices for all of the collections that we have known cultural and geographic affiliations. requesting consultations and working towards repatriation and publishing notice of collections without cultural or geographic affiliation. And we've actually already started engaging in that process with our advisory board. Of course, receive repatriation requests and carry out that repatriation process. In addition, we have in the past and will continue to provide guidance, support, and advice to other Arizona institutions that don't have the institutional knowledge and experience when it comes to working with NAGPRA and repatriation that we have. Over the course of the next 3 years, our primary goal is, again, publishing those notices for those collections we have known cultural or geographic affiliations. And these are extensive, and we've basically divided the state into 3 sections, South, Central, and Northern Arizona. And the idea is that we will focus each year on consultations with those tribes, with those potential claimant tribes, work towards publishing those notices for those collections each year, again, so that our process is completed by before 2027. As far as costs related to NAGPRA implementation, they're generally related to 3 categories: personnel, consultation, and supplies. The highest costs are associated with personnel. ASM supports a 1.5 full-time equivalent staff dedicated to the repatriation of ASM-controlled collections under NAGPRA. Federal agencies have consistently provided funding over the years for an additional 1.0 FTE or full-time equivalent staff position to facilitate the repatriation of their collections housed at ASM. And costs associated with consultations are the second most significant and include travel for ASM staff to attend consultations, support for tribal participation in consultations, which include money for travel and honoraria as cultural advisors. And then finally, costs for supplies are largely associated with packing NAGPRA eligible collections for the physical repatriation, the reuniting and transfer of physical control. ASM has received 12 repatriation grants from the National NAGPRA program between 1999 and 2022 for a total of just over $500,000. This is less than 4% of the roughly $2 million awarded to facilitate NAGPRA compliance in Arizona, according to the Journeys to Repatriation publication. This funding assisted in accomplishing about half of the 27 completed NAGPRA projects focused on ASM-controlled collections. And in addition, as I've already mentioned, ASM has received 8 grants from federal agencies, including BIA and the United States Forest Service, totaling close to $944,000 to facilitate the repatriation of agency-controlled collections at ASM. And I will say that this money has contributed to the repatriation of roughly half of our collections associated with that belong to agencies. And so this funding supported the completion of nearly 1/3 of the 33 completed NAGPRA projects for agency-controlled collections and resulted in the repatriation of, like I said, about half of the remains and items, cultural items housed at the ASM. Now, regarding barriers to implementation of NAGPRA, the primary barriers that ASM encounters in implementing NAGPRA are funding and space. And I'm sure you'll hear funding from everyone, and that's true across the board. ASM has maintained at least 1.5 staff dedicated to repatriation throughout the years, despite continuous budget cuts from the University of Arizona. Funding for additional staff dedicated exclusively to repatriation would have certainly allowed us to progress through NAGPRA responsibilities at a much faster rate. More people means more work and more projects completed. Despite the federal mandates, ASM has not received funding from the university or its governing body, the Arizona Board of Regents, to facilitate compliance with NAGPRA. The other barrier that continues to impact ASM's ability to move forward with NAGPRA projects is limited space. The museum resides within a 130-year-old building with limited space appropriate to prepare collections for repatriation. Because ASM, like many museums, historically separated cultural items and ancestral remains to be housed in separate curation spaces, collections must be physically moved to a space in the museum for reunification before their final preparations for repatriation. We currently have one location in the museum, which is the image on the bottom right, that allows for adequate space, privacy, and security for this process. In addition, it only allows us to enough space to prepare a moderately sized collection for repatriation. In addition, because federal agencies have provided funding to facilitate repatriation for the agency-controlled collections, ASM now typically manages 2 repatriation projects each year, one for ASM controlled collections and one for agency control owned collections. This means that there is less usable space available for ASM to complete repatriation obligations for our collections. So I hope I was under time, and I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
Members, questions? I know I have some. Dr. McEwen?
Just one question. I know that you indicated the $168,000 for cost. Is that for the 3-year duration of the project, or is that per year?
That's per year. That's annual.
Thank you.
Other questions? I did it.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
James, can you explain, just briefly, the testing for toxins and how you do that?
Absolutely. Testing for toxins is an important part of our process traditionally, and now falls under research under the new regulations. And so that's one of the things we will work for in consultation to get consent for. It's largely focused on perishable items, textiles, for example, that in the past have been treated with toxic pesticides, mercury and arsenic, for example. And our former head of preservation actually pioneered this technique to test for toxins. What it involves is using a portable XRF that measures the level of those toxic metals on the surface of cultural items. And we've done this for a lot of our, again, when we suspect that toxic pesticides have been used, we test them to let the claimant tribe know that when we're turning over a collection and repatriating, the potential hazards that are associated with those items for handling, or for example, in sacred objects or objects of cultural patrimony, if they're to be reused or re-implemented into existing practices, it's important to know that they're potentially toxic.
So, James, do you share your experience and the way you test with other universities or other entities or federal agencies?
Yes, we have before. And we've also been called out to tribal communities to test for items that have been returned to them from other institutions as well.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? I just had a couple, James. Was there any inquiry done with other University of Arizona departments or institutions that may house NAGPRA cultural items in addition to ASM?
Yeah, and as far as we know, ASM is the only unit on the University of Arizona campus that has NAGPRA eligible collections.
And as to status of loans that the university has or may have from other agencies, you guys are updated as to that as well?
Yes, and we have a long history of asking for the return of those loans, which have been problematic from some institutions when they're perceived of as permanent loans. And we've often had to get tribes or agencies involved to make sure that those items come back to the museum, so that, again, our ultimate goal is to have everything and everyone repatriated at the same time.
Excellent. Are there any other NAGPRA cultural items in possession of ASM that have not yet been notified, either tribes and Native Hawaiian organizations have not yet been notified of, to initiate the consultation? Yes,
we have a collection that was transferred to us from a private donor, and this individual was a looter on their spare time. And we've been going through an inventory to understand what we have, so that we can report it to the tribes. And to NAGPRA, yeah.
How extensive are cases like that?
We get a lot of those cases, but it's more sort of in the form of we will receive an individual or remains in the mail or objects from private citizens, particularly when individuals pass away and their relatives are going through their stuff, you know, and they find a box in the garage or the attic, for example, and it says, you know, from Arizona, artifacts from Arizona, or artifacts from Phoenix, or, you know, ancestral remains. And so they will ship them to the University of Arizona, often without contacting us first. So I'd say we get about 2 or 3 of those cases a year. The collection I'm referring to was unique in its size, which I think at this point we're estimating over 100 individuals and probably a couple of thousand objects.
So in addition to the collections that the museum already has, it's still growing.
Yes. In addition, we've also assisted forensic anthropologists and medical examiners' offices across the state who actually have compliance responsibility under NAGPRA. But again, not to throw anyone under the bus, but they don't know what they're doing because it's not their experience. And they approach human remains from a very different perspective, given the forensic circumstances versus ancestral native remains. And so we offer actually quite a bit of our time and energy goes to helping them either comply with the process or facilitate repatriation in one capacity or another.
Thank you very much. Aloha. Members, any others before we move on?
Yeah, that's the time is up, but if you'd like to
Yes, Dominique?
For the cases that are obviously looted, do you ever make recommendations to law enforcement to investigate?
Yes, we have in the past, and the director of the museum has testified in ARPA cases before. But in the case of the collection I'm referring to, that individual passed away, and so there was you know, there's no recourse at that point.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Melanie?
Yes, the next presentation is from the National Association of Tribal Historic Preservation Officers. Stacy, I keep trying to bring you in as a panelist, but you need to accept. There we go. Here comes Stacy. Stacy, you should be able to unmute and turn on your camera.
Betty, thank you. Forgive me, my broadband is not great here on the plains, so I will keep my camera off. Vati, Chairman, IL, and members of the Native American Grave Protection and Repatriation Review Committee. NAGPRA appreciates this opportunity to present our recommendations for consideration in your annual report to Congress for FY 2024. Our Executive Director, Valerie Grusing, apologizes for not being able to participate personally. Ijaje Wiwitke Stacy Larvie, Ponca Ijaje Meke. My English name is Stacy Larvie. My Ponca chief name is Star. I am the Indigenization Director for the National Association of Tribal Historic Preservation Officers, known as NAGPRA. NAGPRA fully endorses all of Review Committee's recommendations in FY 2023 report to Congress, particularly the request for the Government Accountability Office to conduct evaluations of federal agency compliance with requirements of 25 USC 3002 and is implementing regulations for excavations and discoveries on federal and tribal lands. Recommendation number 2B. Implementations of civil penalty provisions of NAGPRA and its implementing regulations. Recommendations 4. Implementation of NAGPRA grants program recommendation 5A, and compile data from all Indian tribes, Native American, Native Hawaiian organizations, museums, and federal agencies to get a realistic estimate of the actual cost of implementing the proposed regulations. Recommendation 5B. NAGPRA is particularly sensitive to the review committee's concerns regarding the cost estimates prepared by the Department of the Interior as part of the process to promulgate the new regulations. In December 2023, the department estimated that the total annual cost for all tribes, Native Hawaiian organizations, museums, and federal agencies to implement the new regulations would be $12,393,571. Shortly thereafter, the department submitted a budget request for FY 2025 of $7.1 million for NAGPRA compliance by the department alone, 57% of the total estimate amount. The department's FY 2025 request for grant funding for museums and tribes is unchanged from the last year. NAGPRA estimates that cost for implementing the new regulations will be considerably higher. As reflected in the attached statement to the House Appropriations Committee, NAGPRA would also like you to consider 2 additional amendments to the statute. Federal lands, 25 USC 30015. Section 3 of the Act requires federal agencies to protect Native American grave sites located on federal lands. In order to maximize coverage of these provisions, we suggest amending the definition of federal lands as follows. Federal lands, quotations, means any land other than tribal lands which are controlled or owned by the United States, including A, lands selected by but not yet conveyed to Alaska Native corporations and groups organized pursuant to the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act of 1971, 43 USC 1601, and B, lands located within the boundary of any federal or federally assisted undertaking permitted pursuant to the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966, 54 USC 300101. Notifications, 25 USC 3002 F. In order to ensure full transparency in the disposition of Native American human remains and other cultural items excavated or discovered on federal or tribal lands, we request that the Congress add the following section at the end of 35 USC 3002. F, notification. 1. If the ownership of control of any particular Native American human remains, funerary objects, sacred objects, or objects of cultural patrimony is determined pursuant to this section, the federal agency or Indian tribe shall notify the affected lineal descents, Indian tribes, or Native Hawaiian organizations. The notice required. 2, the notice required by paragraph 1 shall include information, A, which identifies each Native American human remain, funerary object, sacred object, or object of cultural patrimony and the circumstances surrounding its excavation or discovery. B, which lists the basics for determining ownership or control as specified in this section. 3, a copy of each notice provided under paragraph 1 shall be sent to the secretary, who shall publish each notice in the Federal Register. Please feel free to contact NAGPRA's Executive Director, Valerie Grusing, for any questions, valerie@nagpra.org. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that presentation. Members, questions? Tim?
I want to thank you, Stacy, for providing the copy of the testimony that Dr. Grissing provided to the House Appropriations Committee, and just wanted to highlight a couple things that NAPO has asked for the National NAGPRA program, that the grants be increased to 12.4 million, that the program administration receive 1 million for program use, that the BIA receive NAGPRA compliance money for 1.5 million, that the Smithsonian Institute for their repatriation responsibilities, including their review committee, received 3 million, that the Bureau of Land Management Tribal Liaison Office for NAGPRA compliance received 3 million, and that the Department of Justice's Environmental Crimes section of received $1 million to coordinate enforcement of the Stop Act, NAGPRA, and ARPA. Is that correct, Stacy?
Yes.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Oh, I don't see any. All right, I don't have any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. The fourth presentation is a 6-part presentation. The presentation is by bureaus of the Department of the Interior. The first presentation will be from the Office of Policy Management and Budget. Emily?
Good afternoon. A moment to share my screen. I promise I practiced this since last time. Melanie, can you confirm that you can see my slides?
Yep, looks good.
Wonderful, thank you. Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunities to speak with you again. My name is Emily Paulus, and I am the lead for Museum and Cultural Resources in the Office of Acquisition and Property Management within Policy Management and Budget in the Office of the Secretary in the Department of the Interior. On behalf of Joan Mooney, Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Policy Management and Budget, and Senior Advisor Rachel Brown, thank you very much for the invitation to them to come to present before you at this meeting. They both regret not being able to join as they are attending a conference on tribal co-stewardship. However, they asked me to represent Policy Management and Budget, and I also coordinated with the 5 land managing bureaus to also present today. We very much appreciate this block for the Department of the Interior this afternoon. As a reminder, at the November 2023 meeting, Rachel Brown and I shared information about the department's initiative to focus on our own repatriation work. As the department prioritized revision of the NAGPRA regulations, rules that all must follow, including DOI, and while Melanie and her team focused on the multi-year project of the regulations, PMB focused on fundamentals for the department's own compliance. On September 23rd, the Secretary's Chief of Staff, Rachel Taylor, issued a memorandum requesting all bureaus and offices prioritize NAGPRA compliance, acknowledging that progress had been made, but much work remained to be done. The memorandum included a firm statement that set the tone and expectation for how the bureaus would approach this work. A month later, the Chief of Staff had tasked the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Policy Management and Budget, Joan Mooney, with leading an interior-wide effort to update policies and develop departmental governance structures to ensure proactive compliance with NAGPRA. And a month after the Chief of Staff's memorandum, Ms. Mooney issued a memorandum and action plan to the Assistant Secretaries and heads of bureaus, setting us off for proactive compliance with NAGPRA. We presented on this action plan in November, but I will quickly summarize that there were 4 components: governance and coordination, policy development, bureau compliance activities, and critical support for the bureaus. This action plan principally focused on 5 bureaus: the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the Bureau of Land Management, the Bureau of Reclamation and Fish and Wildlife Service, and the National Park Service. However, all bureaus and offices that have a NAGPRA responsibility must have taken actions and launched with this initiative and promulgation of the final rule. Well, we focused on the 5 land managing bureaus because of the size of their inventories of ancestors and cultural items. The plan identifies immediate, short-term, and midterm actions for the department and the 5 bureaus. And today I'm pleased to report on the status of immediate actions, those that have been taken, were to be taken, and addressed within the first 6 months. Raise awareness of this initiative and line officer responsibilities. Raising awareness of NAGPRA responsibilities within the Department of Interior is really critical to the success. We need leadership, line officer, and staff engagement. The Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary's memorandum that came out has been circulated widely. There have been a lot of meetings, briefings, and individual bureaus have also issued their own internal memoranda about this initiative, these responsibilities, and the bureau's role. Governance and collaboration. We need leadership. We need to sustain. We need to sustain this work until all of the ancestors that are in DOI control have been repatriated. We set up a group of senior executives. So these are the highest level of career staff within the department, who meet regularly on museum and preservation issues, and NAGPRA has been the #1 topic in their regular meetings. We also stood up a coordinating committee of DOI NAGPRA coordinators, archaeologists, tribal liaisons, and others who engage on senior technical leads on NAGPRA to share ideas, leverage capacity, work together. There are certainly a lot of areas of shared opportunities and needs among the bureaus. And we're also standing up a policy working group to issue the first ever department-wide policy and updates to our departmental manual. Expeditious repatriation is a key part of the action plan, the department's initiative. So in the action plan, there were a number of things that the bureaus must do for bureau compliance. And one was to publish notices of inventory completion for all ancestors and cultural items that had been previously reported on inventories but had not been published in notice of inventory completion, therefore were not available for repatriation. Additional time would be necessary at a tribe's request for further consultation, and certainly if there were additional requirements under the final rule. I will note that a query of the Federal Register that since October 2023, DOI bureaus have published 26 notices of inventory completion, allowing for the repatriation of 1,450 ancestors and 6,688 associated funerary objects. And this does include ancestors and objects that were previously reported but not have been published on. It also includes ancestors and objects that were not previously reported, but that inventory was subsequently completed and included with the request for the Federal Register publication. I think that the bureaus are much better poised to speak specifically about their cases, and I'm sure that they will. And I will note that this data comes from me querying and reading Federal Register notices. Another key item was for the bureaus and offices, the 5 bureaus to issue needs assessments and action plans And we're really pleased to have Reclamation and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service have submitted these action plans. The Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Bureau of Land Management and the National Park Service, I know the Policy Management and Budget anxiously awaits to see those. But these action plans were key for them, for bureaus and offices to identify outstanding collections, issues, resources needed. And a review of the first two that have been submitted indicate that yes, an incredible amount of work has been done. There are a lot of issues and there are plans laid for the future work and resource requirements. To do this work, we also recognize that the bureaus need help. So I'm going to pivot a bit to activities in the action plan that were support for the bureaus. One is the budget. The fiscal year 2025 President's budget request includes $7.1 million for NAGPRA. That's a $2.9 million increase. This includes $3.4 million for grants and $3.8 million for bureau compliance. I'm going to talk more about budget in a moment. We also identified need for, solicitor support, and we've met with the solicitor's office, and we've also facilitated a number of meetings, bringing attorney advisors together with their bureau clients. And I know many meetings have occurred without PMB. Continuing on the effort to provide support for the bureaus, training, capacity building. Through the federal NAGPRA network, we organized and facilitated 4 webinars to provide information on the updated NAGPRA regulations, and very grateful to Melanie O'Brien for her presentations in those. We reached over 1,000 colleagues across the federal government, including 57% were interior. Those sessions continue, even hosting one yesterday with a presentation on deadlines that was given by our colleague at the Army Corps of Engineers. I'm also aware that the bureaus are developing their own training and guidance documents to facilitate paths to repatriation. I'll tie up on a few things. I realize I ran long because I ad-libbed, but I'll share that for my program, the Interior Museum program, we were tasked with several things to promote and share information on museum collections, and we have several done and in the works. I'll highlight one, which is in the Federal Register as of May 10th, but is our information collection. We updated our information collection to ensure that bureaus and offices can ask museums and universities to voluntarily share information about federal collections. We did this to ensure that we had clear authority to ask for information that will help with NAGPRA work. We have a number of other items that if there are questions, I have them listed on the screen, I'd be happy to say. And also, I really want to thank and acknowledge the work of the Departmental Consulting Archaeologist who pulled together a number of historical permit information. Again, we're trying to help bureaus find collections and have information so that they can respond to repositories and work with them. I promised I would land on the president's budget for a bit, and I will share here that this is publicly available information. The president's budget is a request. So any budget is actually determined by Congress. But for DOI to highlight NAGPRA in its budget is a statement on policy priorities, and I think it's very important to highlight. And this is the first time since 1999 that there has been a DOI budget ask for NAGPRA compliance. This budget is online. I will note that it includes increases for the 5 bureaus and funding for the Office of the Secretary, which would support a full-time position in policy management and budget to coordinate NAGPRA compliance across the department. There may be questions on that, so I'll just move to the end. My final slide is to share that we've made progress. We continue to stay focused. Leadership engagement and direction is really key. We recognize that there are resource needs and we need to continue to build and sustain capacity to do this work. We're developing or supporting partnerships and collaboration internally and with other federal agencies. Certainly, federal collections and non-federal repositories is an issue. It's a longstanding issue that we have brought to this committee for many years and continue to work on. And I was really pleased to see the first 2 presentations address from the repository point of view the benefits of coordination between federal agencies and repositories and with tribes to do this work. That was sort of a report on the first 6 months. The action plan does include actions for things within the next 18 and 24. I think that the 5 bureaus, my colleagues who are going to present after me will have a lot more detail on what those bureaus, what they're doing internally, their progress made, and challenges. With that, I'm going to conclude, and I'd be honored to address any questions.
Mahalo, Emily. Members, questions? Dr. McEwen?
I think, I note that the administration budget included in the 2025 proposal, 250,000 increase for the Office of Policy Management and Budget. Do you feel that's a reasonable estimate of the actual cost of implementing the new rule?
The role of policy management and budget is a bit different from that of the bureaus that have actual compliance responsibilities. This is an ask for 250,000, which would be for a full-time equivalent employee, and basic operating costs for that employee to I'm going to just read from the budget, excuse me, to provide leadership oversight and coordination for a results-driven approach to NAGPRA compliance within the department. There's a lot of coordination work. We don't, frankly, it would be some of the work that I've been doing that's quite outside my portfolio, and a dedicated person would do it better than I. We also wouldn't want to have that funding. We don't want to compete with the bureaus that very much have operational needs. And so for our role in terms of coordination and support, that's what our ask is.
So just to clarify, you feel that that figure is reasonable?
It is reasonable for the scope of our responsibility within as a support function in coordinating them across the bureaus. Yeah.
A second thing that I noticed from the action plan is that by April, the bureaus, upon guidance from the solicitor's office, are to determine criteria for agency control, methods to assure compliance when responsible, but not control, in relationship to 36 CFR 79. Do you know if that consultation with the solicitor's office has occurred?
I don't. I think that that's best addressed individually. I know that determining control has often been a question that's been raised, and we have guidance from 1988 in senior leadership memos that provide a framework for responsibilities under the Antiquities Act and the Archaeological Resources Protection Act. I am very much aware that there have been a lot of conversations, though, about bureau compliance, and these discussions sort of tend to get very case specific.
I don't want to steal from your time. It might be useful if at the end of this block, if we could ask the 2 solicitors that we have, they're from 2 different branches, if they could sort of summarize the elements of determining federal control. I think that would be useful for us. I don't want to put them on the spot right now. Thanks.
Members, any other additional questions?
We have reached the time limit again, but Mr. Chair, I'll defer to you.
Okay. Shelby?
Yes, I have one very quick one. Thank you, Emily, for this report today. It sounds like you've made a lot of progress in putting these policies together, which is very much appreciated. I do have a question, however, in terms of your budget, looking at non-federal repositories that hold federal collections. Is there a portion of that budget that would be provide support for those non-federal repositories to be able to carry out some of these inventories and so on the collections that they hold?
Sure, that's a great question. I appreciate that. I think the budget as a whole contemplates that absolutely. And when I look at the asks and some of the language in the budget justifications for the Bureau of Reclamation and the Bureau of Indian Affairs, they certainly identify resources that would be used to support coordination with non-federal repositories that are holding federal collections. I want to speak about what's the line for the Office of the Secretary. Again, that is a in a position in a coordination role with modest operations. And we don't want to compete with the bureaus that are doing the day-to-day work. I will say, and I've presented to the review committee on this before, that in the past, what is now my office did have an appropriation for, it was called Cultural and Scientific Collections Funding. It was $1 million for 5 years. And a good portion of that funding did go to partner repositories for collections projects. I believe it was at the meeting in Fairbanks that I gave detailed information about that, including some case studies. But that funding ceased in 2018.
Thank you.
All right. I just wanted to, one last comment before we move on. You said that 7.1 million was requested in fiscal year 2025, although the department had identified, I believe, 12 million was the need. And of that, 3.8 would be directed at NAGPRA compliance. I'm encouraged by the language of expediting compliance, but concerned that the agencies won't have the financial resources they need to do so and to meet the timeline of the action plan.
I'm not certain of the 12 million ask. Maybe another time we could talk about that. I'm not sure if that framework of a 12 million request. What I do know is what the result in the president's budget. I think that there is likely that's not a one-time. Those are probably annual requirements. And for some of the bureaus, I would imagine that they would see need for additional resources. And it's interesting with the final. I know in budget formulation, there's a lot of different things that go on, and how it landed, with 3 of the bureaus at 250,000 interests me. And I am concerned that it's not enough for them to do their work and partner with repositories and support tribal consultation. And again, it's an ask. It's not real until Congress enacts it. And then I would also say that the needs assessment and action plans that were requested by Ms. Mooney, we wanted to have them in as part of the timing for when we're formulating fiscal year 26 budget formulation, which is happening now.
Thank you. With that,
one more question.
I'll make it brief, Armin. We're running.
Yeah. Emily, can you please supply to Melanie the number of non-federal repositories and where they are, please? Thank you.
Yes.
We're good.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Emily. Next, we have the Bureau of Reclamation. Cara Hurst, you should be able to unmute.
Great. And I will share my screen. Can you see that? Excellent. Yeah. Good afternoon. I'm Cara Hurst, the National Curator and NAGPRA Coordinator for the Bureau of Reclamation. I'm pleased to speak with you all today about Reclamation's NAGPRA Action Plan. We have been working to improve our NAGPRA positioning for several years now. Under the Reclamation Manual, we have a directive and standard on Reclamation's Programmatic Internal Control Program. Within our Cultural Resources Division, we annually rotate which component within our broader program will receive an Internal Control Review, or ICR. In FY19, our ICR was on NAGPRA Inadvertent Discoveries, or Subpart B of 43 CFR Part 10, the NAGPRA regulations. From that ICR, it was identified that additional work was warranted, for which we then implemented corrective action plans, or CAPs. In FY23, our ICR was on NAGPRA collections, or Subpart C of the regulations. From that ICR, we also identified additional work, and our CAP was targeted as the departmental action plan, which we knew at the end of FY23 was forthcoming. Given we had recently completed 2 ICRs, we included both the requested collections information as well as discovery information in our action plan. Following the FY23 ICR, we were able to secure over $150,000 in funding to contract with Bernstein and Associates to assist with outstanding inventory needs and draft Federal Register notices. That contract is wrapping up, and we plan to submit notices for publication after consulting with various tribes. These 2 ICRs positioned Reclamation to be responsive to the department's action plan directive, as well as demonstrate specific funding needs to Reclamation leadership to better implement and fulfill NAGPRA responsibilities. In the President's FY25 budget, as you just heard from Emily, we have requested $1.25 million for the NAGPRA program, which will be distributed across Reclamation. I am appreciative of my leadership and Commissioner Touton for support of the NAGPRA program. Control has been a challenging issue for collections, as dam building often occurred on land owned by other agencies before the project was completed and transferred to Reclamation. Looking at the numbers, Reclamation has 404 sets of tribal ancestral human remains and 27,540 funerary objects to repatriate or disposition. Here's a breakdown of those numbers organized by archaeological site numbers. Notices of inventory completion with inventories completed are required for 11 sets of ancestral human remains and 11 funerary objects. Summaries need to be completed for 29 sites. Inventories and notices of inventory completion are needed for 358 sets of ancestral human remains and 27,370 funerary objects. Lastly, we need to complete notices of disposition for 35 sets of ancestral human remains and 159 funerary objects. To help guide Reclamation staff in implementing the revised NAGPRA regulations, I have developed a flowchart that distills down the basics while providing citations for further reading. As we actively move forward on our outstanding NAGPRA cases, we are simultaneously working to implement the new reburial provision in 43 CFR Part 423, Public Conduct on Bureau of Reclamation Facilities, Lands, and Water Bodies, that became effective December 21st of 2023. This provision allows tribes to rebury their ancestors and cultural items on Reclamation land after repatriation or disposition, if that is what they choose. We aim to have the first reburial on Reclamation land later this year. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Members? Tim?
Thanks, Kara. I just wanted to ask my standard question of whether you think the increase in the president's budget is a reasonable amount that would help you complete this task.
It's a great funding increase that we're seeing in our ask for FY25. I'm currently working with our budget staff in our Washington office, as well as our regions, to identify if that amount that we have requested is indeed enough to get us where we need to be to get caught up and complete all of our current outstanding NAGPRA efforts. So I think we are close, but I think there is also opportunity to ask for additional if we have a demonstrated need.
Okay, and I know Reclamation is in a different division, deals with a different division in the solicitor's office than Fish, Wildlife, and Parks or Indian Affairs. In the consultation that you've had with your solicitors, could you sort of characterize the elements of what constitutes agency control?
So that is a challenge, right? We did engage with the solicitor once earlier, and then we were able to kind of work it out on a case-by-case basis. As Emily mentioned, that's often where it comes down to. We were able to kind of tease apart land ownership on some of these past situations, and so we were able to move forward on that. You know, where we don't know on control, we're trying to find situations, but presently at this time, we're probably in a good position right now.
So is it fair to characterize that land ownership is one of where the remains or objects came from is important? Does when the excavation occurred also factor into this?
It does, because there have been situations where different agencies have owned the land at different times in the past. So it's important to know when the collection was acquired or excavated, when the materials were excavated, as well as who owned the land at the time of excavation.
And would that include, obviously, things after 1979 would be covered by ARPA, which have one set of rules. The ones from 1906 to 1979 would be under the Antiquities Act, which have a different set of rules. And then prior, I don't know if you have any collections pre-1906.
Well, Reclamation actually didn't have permitting authority until 1984. So other, permits.
It's all ARPA.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions, members?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Armin?
Kara, can we go to the page where you mentioned the number 404?
Yes.
Yes. 404 sets of tribal ancestral remains remaining for repatriation and disposition. 47,000 funeral objects. Why are they waiting?
That's a great question. Thank you for that. For some of them, we previously had not been able to determine control. So we haven't been able to move forward on NAGPRA. Where we have been able to move forward jointly, if there was a question, we have done that. There's been a more recent situation with Park Service, where Park Service owned the land, then we own the land, and it's back to Park Service again. And during both of those times, what we've teased apart is that we both ended up with ancestral human remains during our own land ownership times. And so, what we did was transfer those ancestors to the Park Service to make sure that one tribe or, whatever tribes may wish to make a claim are able to make a claim, and the whole site is addressed at once. What we've done, and I have this in my tables, is really identify where we're not done yet. And so the ones with the asterisks here, you'll see, those are the ones that were under the recent contract with Bernstein and Associates. So we're going to be publishing on those very shortly. this slide as well, we have 358 ancestors and the 27,370 funerary objects. We still have work to do. We recognize that. It's taken a lot to actually get to this point to identify sites and land ownership and the tribes that we need to be working with. So we hope to be moving forward quicker in the future.
Melanie,
Yes, sir.
it would be worthwhile to have Bureau of Reclamation continue to update the committee up until our next meeting so that we can have the positive information on how Bureau is going to handle 404 remaining and outstanding notices of intent. We need to monitor this. And then also, Kara, another question. Toward the end of the presentation, there was a slide that mentioned tribes cannot rebury on Bureau of Reclamation lands. And then that they have to apply for a permit. I guess the first question, Kara, is how many permits has Bureau of Reclamation issued to tribes to rebury on Bureau of Reclamation lands?
Thank you for that question. So it just became effective in December of last year. We have not yet received any permits requests from tribes. There is one tribe in Utah that has expressed interest in reburial. We have moved forward on the required notice. So that is actually in the queue to be published so that can be published. It can be dispositioned back to the tribe, and then we can move forward on the reburial in Utah. Right now, you'll remember that Arizona State University mentioned that reclamation staff have been down there preparing ancestors for repatriation. That is going to be part of a large reburial process with other agencies, and it will be over 300 ancestors and their funerary objects that will be reburied very shortly this summer. So we're working as fast as we can within the powers that we have.
The last question, Kara. Why cannot tribes rebury on Bureau of Reclamation lands?
Until the regulation was most recently updated and revised, it was prohibited. And so in the last couple of years, that is something that I've worked very hard with my colleagues to change that prohibition so that we may allow reburial of ancestors on reclamation land.
So, and I appreciate the hard work, but when will it happen?
We hope this summer.
Melanie, can you note that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Kara.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kara. We need to move on. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
The next speaker from the Department of the Interior is the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Tamara, you should be able to unmute.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. Hello, everybody. I had a PowerPoint prepared, but I could not access it on my government computer. So you're gonna have to look at my face the next few minutes. I'll send it to Melanie to distribute to you all. Yat a anotko she tamer billy inisha sana bitli and shle ki ani bashishtin. Ashihe da she do nhoka do tani zani da shanella. Akut ego nhoka the nebula ashlai asana and shle. So I just want to greet everybody and thank you for having me on this afternoon. I am of the Sleeping Rock people and the Towering House people of the Dene Nation. So I'm happy to talk to you all today. The Office of Trust Services, Division of Environmental Services and Cultural Resources Management, Branch of Cultural Resources Management, is working to intensify its inventory of NAGPRA collections, despite our limited staffing. The Bureau of Indian Affairs faces significant difficulties in managing its museum NAGPRA collections, primarily due to inadequate documentation, pinpointing the locations of BIA objects housed in non-federal repositories. Since most of these collections are non-federal repositories, the BIA struggles with issues stemming from the lack of physical and intellectual control. Non-federal repositories also need help in identifying objects under the BIA's control, which you've heard from our repositories that have our collections earlier. Especially with collections that are commingled or lack proper documentation or curated in multiple repositories, which we're finding to be a lot of the reasons why we don't really know where our collections are. Without comprehensive inventories, the BIA and the tribes have repeatedly expressed concerns about ensuring all NAGPRA collections are fully inventoried before publishing notices. The BIA acknowledges this, and its action plan underscores the necessity for thorough inventories before publishing notices. The BIA is resolute in its commitment in fulfilling these obligations. The steadfast dedication is evident in its meticulous documentation, effective consultation, and strategic partnerships. The BIA's objective is unequivocal: to ensure the repatriation of Native American human remains and associated funerary objects in a manner that upholds tribal values and preferences. To achieve this, the BIA is taking proactive measures, including asserting control over its collections, conducting comprehensive inventories, and expediting repatriation. The BIA aims to have no NAGPRA items under its legal control. To bolster these efforts, the BIA is establishing a dedicated NAGPRA team, which will collaborate closely with repositories and Native American tribes to secure accurate information before submitting updated inventories and notices to the National NAGPRA program. The estimated budget for these resources is around $5.9 million over the next 3 to 5 years, which encompasses staffing, contract services, and utilizing the Cooperative Eco-Study System Unit Agreement. Furthermore, the Office of the Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs has provided additional funding to support NAGPRA. We recognize the importance of accurate inventories and a thorough documentation in our NAGPRA efforts. The agency's published notices to date report that its NAGPRA collections include human remains representing 1,111 individuals, 3,932 associated funerary objects. We know that there are 38 non-federal repositories and 4 federal repositories that house our BIA collections, of which only 10 have reported to the federal NAGPRA. These numbers are increasing as more inventories are created for previously unreported collections. The BIA plans to publish multiple notices per repository and complete several repatriations as part of this project. Tribes have strongly requested complete inventories before any notices are published to avoid inaccuracies and incomplete repatriations. The BIA is committed to meeting this request as it understands the cultural significance and ensuring individuals are not separated from their belongings. We've divided our action plan into 2 phases. The first phase targets repositories have already reported to National NAGPRA. The second phase focuses on those that have not. So the critical plans include identifying the collections, completing inventories, conducting consultation, publishing notices of inventory, and providing support to tribes, which includes a lot of training, NAGPRA training. Earlier this month, the BIA attended the Arizona State Museum Southwest Native Nations Advisory Board meeting, which was participated by several tribes. In that meeting, the tribes were adamant about receiving training on the latest NAGPRA regulations. So BIA and ASM have decided to host a NAGPRA training workshop with Melanie's assistance in this coming September in Phoenix. So that's one of first of many trainings that we are will be working with repositories. The second phase is a more detailed documentation, and it includes looking at inventories that have not reported to National NAGPRA. And this phase is really going to rely on a lot of the assistance from our NAGPRA team. So we are right now working on a contract to bring on contractors that will help the BIA. So it's in the works, and we are moving forward with that. So within the last year, or 2023 and 2024, we have allocated $1,114,472 to support cooperative agreements to non-federal repositories. And there's an additional $761,700 that will be allocated to 2 new agreements and 1 existing agreement. The BIA continues to fund these agreements to enable non-federal repositories to assist the BIA in proactively working towards repatriating ancestors and their belongings. Since onboarding in July of 2022, we have published 9 notices of inventory of completion, which accounts for a minimum number of 25 individuals and 416 AFOs. We have published 1 notice of intent to repatriate, which accounts for 25 unassociated funerary objects and 1 sacred object, and 350 items of cultural patrimony. During this time, we have repatriated 7 individuals, 10 associated funerary objects, 3 unassociated funerary objects, and 90 sacred objects. Some of these repatriated individuals and objects came from notices published before I onboarded. Additionally, the BIA has collaborated with at least 25 repositories and universities housing our museum collections, 13 pueblos, tribes and pueblos, and 2 sister agencies, the National Park Service and the Bureau of Reclamation. These collaborations have resulted in published notices and notices that are in draft and will be published soon. Right now, we are working with 6 tribes on transferring control of 18 ancestors and 326 associated funerary items that were published in the Federal Register. We'll be working with additional repositories and tribes and will provide updates as outlined in our action plan. With adequate funding, the BIA is poised to move forward with respectful repatriations. Our approach to publishing notices sooner, while it may minimally address tribal concerns regarding incomplete inventories, offers potential benefits. It ensures that all individuals and their belongings are repatriated together, and repositories will retain physical custody of ancestors and their belongings. However, it is important to acknowledge that this approach may require correction of notices and their physical transfer may be protracted over a few years. So thank you all for listening, and I am open to questions.
Members, Tim?
Yeah, hey, Tamara, my regards to you and your family.
Thank you.
I just want to ask my standard question. The president's budget for 2025 has included an increase of $1 million for BIA for NAGPRA coordination. Do you think that that is a reasonable estimate?
I would like to say that it really helps. If you look at previous budgets, we weren't allocated any funding for NAGPRA. We are using a budget that encompasses environmental and cultural within the BIA. We don't have a specific line item to address NAGPRA. So I believe this budget it will be helpful. As you can see, our estimated budget for the next 3 to 5 years to address NAGPRA is almost $6 million. So it comes a little short, but anything helps.
Thank you. I would appreciate if we could get a copy of your PowerPoint. And I don't think Emily's or the Bureau Reclamation one are in the folder either. So if we could get all of the PowerPoints that everybody used. Just on one other point, I won't badger you with the elements of what BIA control is, because I've got Stephen coming in a minute, I think. But I am interested have you received any notifications from non-federal repositories reporting what they believe to be BIA collections that you didn't know about?
Yes, we're finding out. There are repositories out there that have not reported to National NAGPRA. So we are reaching out to them and we are starting those discussions. And once our NAGPRA team comes on board, things will move a lot faster and a lot smoother. So right now I have one curator that assists me in all this work. So we're anticipating more work and yeah.
I'll go on there.
Oh.
Members, additional questions? Armin?
Tamara, the non-federal repositories has always been an area of concern, not only for this committee, but for tribes throughout the nation. And the presenter from Department of Interior is going to get a list for Melanie to distribute to the committee the number of non-federal repositories and their locations. Tamara, it would be worth all of our effort if the committee can assist in working with non-federal repositories. We want to help because it's just unbelievable how and what kind of number potentially that these non-federal repositories are holding, whether they be human remains or federal or associated or unassociated funerary objects, sacred items, items of cultural patrimony. But we need to get a bigger focus on these non-federal repositories. So again, Tamara, please look to the committee on how we can help with this effort. The second question.
Thank you for that.
The second question, Tamara, is, I guess, a comment first. A problem, even today, 2024, there are museums and universities, federal agencies that do not have an updated consultation process with tribes. That's a problem. And in order for any kind of meaningful conversation, it has to happen at the consultation level. And government to government. It can't be emphasized enough, Tamara.
Mhm.
Face to face is government to government, not a letter and not a phone call. And you know that.
I agree.
So my question, Tamara, is if you can, please send to Melanie the Bureau of Indian Affairs consultation process so that not only can we look at it, but also understand it some more. And it would be great, Tamara, if this policy has been updated. Thank you.
Members, any other
Thank you.
questions? Yes, Tamara, if you could, just echoing Dr. McEwen's request to provide your PowerPoint. I'm especially interested in the repatriations that have been conducted already. We're 30 years into NAGPRA and trying to get an understanding of what was taking place during those times, what barriers BIA was facing, and its efforts to comply and identify collections within its own possession and within private museum collections as well.
Definitely, I'll do that.
All right. Okay, Melanie?
Yes, thank you. We have 3 more presentations from the bureaus of the Department of the Interior. We are just at the 2-hour mark, Mr. Chair. Would you like to continue with these 3 presentations or take a break at this time?
Committee's pleasure. Does anyone need to take a break?
Take a break.
If we could keep it short, though,
Yeah, how about a 5-minute break?
5-minute break. Yep.
That'll take us right to the top of the hour.
Okay.
We have a smoke. Yeah.
Okay,
Very
thanks.
nice. I can't eat that. I can't eat that. I know he's got smoke.
Okay, we'll be back we'll restart at 10.
Hey, if you could please rejoin the meeting. Thank you. Our next presentation is from the Bureau of Land Management. Bridget?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I do not have a PowerPoint, but I will be reading a presentation to you and abbreviating it a bit, but you all review committee members should have a copy. So good day to you, esteemed review committee members. My name is Bridget Ambler. I'm the Acting Bureau of Land Management Curator and NAGPRA Coordinator for BLM Headquarters Division of Education, Cultural, and Paleontological Resources. I'm here to provide you, at your request, an update that we have made since receiving the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretaries for Policy Management and Budget Action Plan, request for action plans, and NAGPRA needs assessments. As Emily pointed out earlier, this action plans and needs assessment outlines how bureaus will work collaboratively across the department to update policies, conduct needs assessment, and complete action plans to support the repatriation of all ancestors and cultural items to tribal nations. The action plan and needs assessment were distributed in October, and meanwhile, on January 12th, 2024, the new NAGPRA regulations were promulgated. So this report to you addresses both the DOI initiative to prioritize NAGPRA while also addressing the requirements of the new NAGPRA regulations. The BLM NAGPRA Action Plan and Needs Assessment are currently under review by BLM executive leadership, and we hope to get that to DOI as soon as possible. As many of you may know, the BLM manages lands across the West with ongoing Native American, with ongoing NAGPRA responsibilities. The BLM also manages collections of Native American human remains and cultural items in 3 BLM facilities and at least 186 non-BLM museums, as well as new collections acquired by the BLM that did not originate from BLM, such as those seized and forfeited as part of law enforcement activities. Overall, the BLM is responsible for more than 12 million objects in these collections. So I'll begin today by summarizing our needs assessment. To do this, we reached out to the 12 states that have BLM offices in the West. In that needs assessment, all BLM state offices report a lack of funding, training, staff, and capacity as barriers to fully comply with NAGPRA within the required timeframes presented in the updated regulation. Currently, there are no staff dedicated solely to NAGPRA compliance within the Bureau. NAGPRA compliance work is conducted as a collateral duty by the National Curator, Deputy Preservation Officers, 4 curators, field archaeologists, and recently tribal liaisons. In fiscal year 24, the BLM faced a budget cut of $801,000 in the resource management funding allocation and indirect assessments of the funding, which further reduced the budget by $203,000. Overall, this represents a deduction of a little over $1 million, or 5% from fiscal year 23 funding levels. We estimate a need of approximately $4 million annually to meet BLM requirements for land management activities under subparts B and C. Our priority is to conduct meaningful tribal consultation for planning and repatriation. BLM offices report that Native American tribal delegates are inundated with NAGPRA consultation requests. And some tribes have asked that the federal government compensate for their time, staff time and travel for efforts to help with BLM requirements under NAGPRA. Another need identified under Subpart A of NAGPRA has been research access under the new duty of care responsibilities. We would like to request assistance from the National NAGPRA program to develop policy for research access and exhibits according to the duty of care responsibilities to obtain free, prior, and informed consent from lineal descendants and Indian tribes for BLM collections. We've also identified needs under the updated regulations subpart B. We do appreciate the NAGPRA Plan of Actions templates that have been developed by the National NAGPRA program. In addition, we appreciate Melanie O'Brien from the program who will be providing training for BLM managers and line officers also in September of this year to guide NAGPRA compliance efforts. Training remains a high need throughout the BLM. Capacity has been a barrier to successfully and fully meet requirements under NAGPRA field investigations and discoveries. The BLM lacks the staff and funding for tribal travel and consultation to proactively develop NAGPRA plans of action and comprehensive agreements. For needs addressed under Subpart C, the BLM has reported inventories and summaries to the National NAGPRA program and has continued to work on consultation with Native American tribes to prepare NAGPRA notices of inventory completion for publication in the Federal Register. All BLM state offices anticipate receiving additional NAGPRA statements of Native American human remains and cultural items currently held in museums and potentially under BLM control by the deadline, January 13th, 2025. All BLM states report capacity issues as a challenge to success. The BLM has 5 curatorial positions at 4 BLM repositories, and BLM Deputy Historic Preservation Officers are assigned repatriation duties under Subpart C as a collateral duty. These same challenges, I will note, were reported in 2011 from DOI as a response to the GAO investigation, and those challenges largely remain the same. BLM reported in that GAO report that there were no dedicated NAGPRA funds and estimated needing about $4 million annually for travel, staff, and materials to identify collections in museums, consult with tribes to identify NAGPRA cultural items, and to make determinations of cultural affiliation. And included in that is training, inventories, and summaries. And since the 2011 GAO audit, the BLM has added funding to hire a national curator. In 2024, this year, we will be hiring a one-term NAGPRA coordinator. In the future, we still need a full-time NAGPRA coordinator, 3 regional NAGPRA coordinators, and 12 assistant curators to help DPOs coordinate their NAGPRA work. Moving on to the BLM action plan, we have drafted our action plan after that prepared by the Department of Interior, PMB. Under that action plan, we will prioritize NAGPRA implementation, and we will, got lost in my text, sorry. We'll prioritize resources, form a working group to address Bureau policy and guidance for land management. We will address policy development. making sure that we align BLM reburial policy for internment of Native American human remains with DOI policy. This has been a common request from tribes, and we have the capacity to accommodate those requests. We want to develop guidance for duty of care for collections, access, research, and exhibit in alignment with DOI policy and with hopes from assistance from the National NAGPRA program. Regarding compliance efforts, we want to comply with the revised NAGPRA regulations by prioritizing NAGPRA tribal consultation as our top priority. We want to hire a NAGPRA coordinator, as I said, and we want to identify known barriers that are preventing us from quickly and expeditiously repatriating and dispositioning Native American human remains and associated funerary objects. We will update summaries and defer to tribal nations on their preferences for information and timelines. We have found that tribes have requested, in some cases, timelines that differ from those in the NAGPRA regulations, and we will honor them. Finally, BLM will develop NAGPRA plans of action before any planned activity that is likely to result in a discovery of Native American human remains or cultural items on BLM lands. In fact, we've already developed 2 such plans of action since the new regulations were promulgated in January. Finally, the BLM hopes to provide ongoing support for BLM offices. This will be done through our solicitor, who is taking part in national DOI leadership solicitor practices to provide ongoing support, legal support for NAGPRA. We want to collaborate with the Program of Policy Management and Budget and their museum program. They really have led the way in many ways for the work that we do. We want to build partnerships with tribes, museums, and other federal agencies to coordinate repatriation. In fact, I have to commend the Bureau of Indian Affairs on some recent coordinations we've done with split collections, and that's been very productive. Finally, we want to seek out BLM-controlled collections and non-BLM repositories so we can update summaries and repatriate those collections. Finally, the BLM would like to thank the DOI Museum Program for its continued support as bureaus quickly adapt to implementing these new regulations. We also appreciate the feedback provided by the National NAGPRA program, who authored these updated regulations. And finally, the BLM appreciates the work of the NAGPRA Review Committee to advise bureaus, provide reports to Congress, and for identifying needs and challenges faced nationwide. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation, members. Dr. McEwen?
Hi, Bridget. So it sounds to me like the president's budget proposed increase of $250,000 will be helpful, but does not meet the entire need that you've been able to identify?
Yes, our anticipated need is around 4 million, at least for the next 5 years, and funding beyond that for Subpart B requirements.
Thank you. Have you received inventories or notices from institutions that believe that they have BLM collections that you are unaware of prior to this time?
We have received informal notifications from those museums. We have not yet received formal statements, but we anticipate from the information we have received thus far that they are forthcoming.
And can you characterize briefly what type of advice you've received from your solicitors on how to determine federal control?
Because we are a land managing agency, in many cases, control is tied to where those ancestors or objects originated from. And that sounds simple, but in some cases it's very complicated. For example, in the state of Alaska and the Alaskan Oil Act, I'm misstating it now. In Alaska, let's say, there are complicated land transferences over time. And so for the most part, our solicitors have advised control to be determined by original location of the artifacts or ancestors. In law enforcement cases, it's a little different. And that depends on pre-1990 and post-1990 and the matter of each case.
And is the implications regarding ARPA Antiquities Act, pre-Antiquities Act figured into your decision-making as well?
Of course, because all of those, whether it's pre-1906, post-1906, whether there's a permit in place, all of those factors are germane in determinations of control.
Thank you.
Yes, Dominique.
Yes.
Hold on. Armin, hold on. Hold on.
Sorry, I couldn't. Hi, Bridget. I believe you reported you have 186 non-federal facilities. Do you know approximately how many of those have provided accurate inventories, if any?
That is a great question. And for full disclosure, I can't tell you definitively which of those have submitted accurate inventories. I know we know that some have submitted very detailed, in some cases, itemized inventory information and summary information. But to be honest, for the vast majority, we're not fully aware of what the nature of those collections are, and if they include human remains or NAGPRA cultural items. And to be honest, NAGPRA cultural items are identified through tribal consultation, right? Tribes must be the ones who come forward to identify those or be asked. And in many of those cases, that has not yet occurred.
And just as a follow-up, do you have a process or will you be implementing a process to keep track of those facilities and what they're reporting to you and how they're doing it and on what timeline?
We hope to develop a NAGPRA case tracker. BLM Utah received some support from DOI, the museum program, and they developed a case tracker in Utah, and we hope to expand upon that to track NAGPRA cases for BLM nationwide, which will tie to where the museums are and how we connect with them. And this has also been a priority for the Department of Interior to help Bureau facilities consolidate information and talk to each other. It is in process, I would say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Armin?
The first question, Bridget, you mentioned earlier on the presentation about BLM and working on an action plan to get to Interior ASAP. How long is ASAP?
Oh, that is a great question. It is currently under review by BLM's leadership. And so we are expecting that any day now, but I don't have a solid date for you. I apologize, sir.
Okay, Bridget, please update Melanie on that action plan so that she can share that with the committee.
Will do.
Got that, Melanie? Melanie?
Yes, if I don't have it, Lisa does. So you know that.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Also, during your presentation, Bridget, in working with NAGPRA, you mentioned at least 8 times wants, including we want to build partnerships with tribes. That should already be there. But you mentioned wants at least 8 times. And it's always good to project, but if these wants aren't addressed, then nothing will happen. So I guess the question is, how are you going to work on all of these wants that you mentioned?
I think that is a fair assessment, and you've been paying attention. I think that these wants are directed by an administrative will. One thing that has changed this year since we received the memorandum from PMB is that BLM has prioritized tribal consultation and NAGPRA compliance for all 12 states. That is part of the state director's annual review that they are reporting on. So that is one way that the BLM has implemented to prioritize NAGPRA. You raise a good point. Wants are one thing, but implementation and putting it into action is how this really occurs. We also have a tribal consultation handbook. It needs to be revised per the new NAGPRA regulations, but the BLM has prioritized NAGPRA consultation with all of our 12 state units.
So, too, Bridget, this consultation that you mentioned, that's important. And as long as there's no adequate agreed upon consultation, then the workings with NAGPRA can't proceed forward, or the workings of NAGPRA just slow down because there's no adequate consultation to guide tribes and federal agencies. So I would hope, Bridget, that you can keep Melanie updated on your update of the consultation process.
Will do.
And the last question. During your presentation, Bridget, there was no mention of BLM holdings and numbers of ancestors. There was no mention of associated or unassociated funerary objects being held. There was no mention of number of repatriations done, and no mention of inventories completion, etc., etc. I guess why weren't those mentioned?
I am sorry that is in the printed handout. Since October, we currently, since October, we've repatriated 3 Native American individuals. And what remains are 367 Native American individuals in various museums and 947 associated funerary objects. And the states have been prioritizing NAGPRA consultation to repatriate those individuals, and will be commencing that by the deadline coming up in July. And I'm sorry if I omitted those important numbers. Those are the numbers we have currently.
Thank you.
Members, any additional questions for the speaker?
We are well over our time on this one.
Okay, so having heard none, let's thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bridget.
Bridget.
The next presentation is from the Fish and Wildlife Service. Jasmine, Jasmine, you should be able to, there you are.
Okay, let me see here. Let me just try to share my screen. Okay, let's see if this will work. Can you see this?
Yep, it looks good.
Okay, great. Sorry, I can't see anyone now. So as soon as I'm done with the presentation, I'll stop so I can see if there are any hands or anything, but please, please don't hesitate to interject here. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for allowing me to just turn that off to present today. I really appreciate it. So my name is Jasmine Heckman. I am the National Curator and Headquarters NAGPRA Lead for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And I appreciate Melanie allowing us, and the review committee in general, allowing me to be able to present on behalf of Fish and Wildlife today, and Emily for the great overview of the DOI NAGPRA Action Plan, which is sort of the bulk of my presentation, just to discuss what's kind of happened to date since we received that action plan. So I just wanted to give a quick overview of Fish and Wildlife cultural resources in NAGPRA, just sort of in general, for anyone that might not know sort of about kind of what we do. We are currently overseeing land for land acreage, specifically stewardship of, for conservation purposes, of about 95 million acres across the U.S. And we currently have 21 archaeologists to support the agency, 7 of which are regional historic preservation officers as well for the 8 regions. And generally speaking, the RHPOs have been responsible for NAGPRA compliance and collections management oversight to date. If you kind of quickly do the math of the acreage versus the archaeologist, you'll see that the compliance responsibility is about 4.5 million acres per archaeologist. And that includes Section 106 compliance work as well. And just kind of a quick comparison with a couple of other agencies, that's about 4 to 150% times the percentage responsibility for Bureau of Land Management in comparison to Bureau of Land Management, the Forest Service, National Park Service, and Department of Defense. So a big
Jasmine,
oh yes.
Sorry, but we're still seeing your title screen.
Oh, interesting. I'm so sorry. I'm on the next one. Let me see if I can go back here.
Oh, there it is. Now it's changed.
You know, I'll just stay. Let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger, and I'll just stay on this screen if that works. I'm so sorry about that. Thank you. Can you see
That's
this?
okay. Happens to me all the time.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So a big shift in our agency was the role that I serve in now was created in September 2023. And it's the first time a person devoted to NAGPRA compliance and collections management efforts has been hired by Fish and Wildlife Service. And I also wanted to point out that our yearly budget for all cultural resources and NAGPRA compliance is currently $330,000 across the agency. So I wanted to, on the right side of the screen, you can kind of see just the efforts to date from a notice publication perspective. I just wanted to highlight that, even though it's a small group of individuals sort of devoting as much time as they've been able to on NAGPRA efforts, I do want to point out just the information there of the notices that have been published to date for ancestors and associated funerary objects under our care. So what we've sort of been focusing on since the DOI NAGPRA action plan, when we saw the action plan, when I first saw the action plan come out, I had asked, I should point out, this was about a month after I started, so I was just trying to kind of understand fish and wildlife in general and kind of getting into the role itself. we received the associated spreadsheet that corresponds with the information in attachment B of the DOI NAGPRA action plan, which is effectively the tables of information showing the known ancestors and associated funerary objects that were lacking notices to date. When I was reviewing the larger spreadsheet from National NAGPRA, I realized that there were maybe some things that we had to address as an agency. There were a lot of times mentions of comments like FWS not responsible for NAGPRA compliance or controlling agency in question. And in addition, there were a lot of entries that were lacking repositories. So for that reason, we wanted to verify the list of the known ancestors and associated funerary objects to ensure that we not only had the authority to move forward on NAGPRA compliance as an agency, but also to ensure we had the repository accurate as well as the counts for those materials. So we have done a lot of coordination between the different repositories that have been listed in order to verify that information. And we were able to utilize that information to sort of better focus our efforts on what our needs assessment and action plan was. And as Emily mentioned, that was one of the deliverables that we were able to provide over to DOI in April 2024, and we were able to utilize some of the information that we had done research on. We also updated National NAGPRA accordingly of sort of the information, and then we were unable to hit that second deliverable, as Emily mentioned, of publishing all outstanding Federal Register notices by April 2024. But we were able to create itemized lists for those materials that I'll talk about in a moment here. So just kind of quickly showing the results of our research. Our research, what I mean is just by us coordinating with these repositories directly and sort of trying to go into our document that we had sent over to National NAGPRA in the 1990s. We had submitted a lot of this information. So I was trying to figure out where some of the holes in knowledge were based on that information. And so we were able to update. This should look very similar for anyone who's been in those tables and in attachment B of the DOI NAGPRA action plan. But you can see the top table is sort of the original information of what was reported. And the bottom table is what we actually were able to determine for responsibility after moving forward with our conversations. One of the biggest sort of realizations we had or sort of discoveries that we were able to make was there was one region that had submitted information on suspected materials based on the review of field records and things like that, where there had been mention of a burial site, for example. Those numbers were utilized, but we were able to reach out to possible repositories to the best of our knowledge and be able to go down some of those, that research a little bit further. We were unable to actually to locate those materials. We've kept those in our records, our record keeping, as we don't have any actual record of the materials ever actually being excavated for that matter. And so that's why our numbers were a little bit different, but we've retained those in the event that we need that information in the future. And we do hope that as a result of that January 13th, 2025 deadline, that if there are additional repositories reaching out in regard to some of the refuges or hatcheries that were listed with those materials, that we'll be able to, right away understand and be able to speak to those. The next table should also look fairly familiar. I did do some updates that I'll explain briefly, but again, these were the known ancestors and associated funerary objects that were lacking Federal Register notices. And by unit simply means the refuge or the hatchery. The strike through means that those were removed. Those are the ones that we've kept in our records. They're just color coded differently, effectively at this point, with some explanation on those. The highlighted entries were actually refuges that refuges that were discovered as a result of this ongoing research. And as I mentioned, we'll continue to work with repositories to be able to, learn any additional updates as that January 13th, 2025 deadline comes up. So just kind of what currently we're working on, and then what we're working towards, like I mentioned, confirming that responsibility to know that we have the authority to move forward on NAGPRA compliance, submitting those itemized lists. They've been sent to 30 tribal nations to date. We're working on a couple of, consultation visits, trying to get those. We've gotten a lot of responses, and I really, really am so grateful I know that there's a lot of so many messages and things, but we're really trying to move forward on consultation, meaningful consultation visits as soon as possible. And then working with those repositories, just because I foresee the question, we haven't had any formal statements come in from museums yet, but we did have one sort of informal inquiry come in. We actually have a template of an email developed that was just presented yesterday for the federal NAGPRA network as well, just to make sure that we have the necessary information to be able to move forward on making determinations for control. That is very helpful for us to be able to get as much information from the repositories to be able to expedite these requests as soon as possible. That template's been provided to all of our regional historic preservation officers. And then working on those inventories from the itemized list as a result of that consultation is we're really hoping to be able to do within the time frame that's available for individuals, and then publishing the subsequent Federal Register notices. And just truthfully, being able to conduct reviews of assemblages with repositories and tribal nations to be able to move forward on more ethical collection stewardship as an agency is something that I think with the creation of my role is really important as an agency, to be able to have one person who's devoting that time. I think as a result of that, truthfully, there will inevitably be additional ancestors and cultural items discovered as a result of us just continuing to go out into those non-federal aid repositories and continue to work. We've not been able to devote, as you probably can assume based on the budget that we've had to work with and the limited staffing, we've not been able to devote a lot of resources to those repositories. And we would like to be able to work with them, with the tribal nations that have an interest in those materials. And I think that's really important to be able to move forward as quickly as possible, and be able to publish notices as a result of that. And then lastly, just providing guidance, standardizing procedures, and just additional training for our staff as well. Not only the archaeologists who are working, but also any refuge or hatchery staff that should be made aware of this. We've been able to do some high-level briefs already. As Emily mentioned, that's been a big priority for me, just to kind of ensure everyone is really understanding the importance and the need for the resources and the time for this effort. So I'll just go to my contact information. I don't know how to stop sharing with being able to see you. Let me see if I can just maybe make this smaller. Can you still see my screen?
Yeah, I think I can probably.
And all of you.
Let me see if I can force you to stop sharing.
Okay. I can stop sharing if you don't need the screen. I just didn't know if anyone would need any information. I'm happy to relate, but thank you. I'm sorry for the technical difficulties.
All right, members, questions? Okay.
Thank you, Jasmine. I just wanted to ask the same question of whether you think the money that's included in the proposal for FY25 is reasonable amount.
So we had sort of internally in our request had come up with the amount of $940,000 per year as something that would get us closer to where we would like to be as an agency from a NAGPRA compliance perspective, at least for the next 5 years. I think to that point, I think Tamara mentioned anything is better than none. We don't have a NAGPRA line item. We've not had that today, and we've got such a limited cultural resources budget in general that we are truly grateful for anything that can help with this. But I would love to see more.
That's really useful. Thank you.
Other questions, members?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I guess first question, Jasmine. In the report, there was mention of at least 3 times about repositories. Question, How many repositories are there, and where are they?
So, and this is not just, so for all what we consider museum property within DOI, our fish and wildlife stewardship is encompassed in 278 repositories, with 147 of those being fish and wildlife repositories and 131 non-fish and wildlife repositories. And they are spread throughout the country effectively. We have a list of that information. We have a list of the materials we actually submit to DOI every year, but we have that information, and it's kind of all over the place. I will say a lot of the repositories that I've seen on that list, with the time I've been within Fish and Wildlife, I recognized in my past position, I went into repositories, non-federal repositories, very frequently, and so just seeing those more and more, I've been able to kind of review and see if there's anything that is, anything that just kind of raises a flag to sort of go into those as soon as possible. Part of that has been a little bit of the funding concern and just my role having just been created, but that is something that we hope to spend more and more time in the repositories, reviewing the collections, just to kind of gain a better understanding of the materials under our sort of stewardship at this time, in doing so with tribal nations as well.
Okay, thank you, Jasmine. Also, Jasmine, can you submit to Melanie the list that you cited about the inventory or the repositories?
Yes, yep, I can do that. I have that. Yep, absolutely.
And then also, Jasmine, the repositories, understanding that these repositories will be submitting inquiries with ancestors and associated funerary objects by January 2025. It's good for the associated funerary objects, but it needs to include unassociated funerary objects. You can't limit those kinds of things that fall under NAGPRA, and UFOs are part of NAGPRA. Also, in your report, you said that there was lacking federal register notices, lacking federal register notice for ancestors and associated funerary objects. Again, Jasmine, the lack of needs to include unassociated funerary objects. And then also, why is there lacking of federal register notices, and why is there lacking federal register notices pertaining to ancestors?
Yeah, I think and again, just speaking from me being here since September, in speaking with our regional historic preservation officers, the biggest thing has just been a lack of capacity, unfortunately. And I hate to go back to the funding, because this is a big, it's very important, and it's very important for us as an agency. But I believe that to date, that has been the biggest hurdle from a compliance perspective. I do think that inevitably just notices period are going to be a focal point, and obviously just moving forward with ancestors and funerary objects in general will be a priority, but all cultural items, it is something that I more and more, as people are learning about the prioritization of NAGPRA within the agency, will put the emphasis into those notices.
Last question. The repositories, it's cited again that they will be submitting inquiries with ancestors associated and unassociated by January 2025. Will that be achieved?
Will the repositories be able to submit that information to us? Is that what you mean?
No. Oh. You cited in your report the inquiries deadline for submitting those inquiries is January 2025. will that be achieved, those inquiries? From the repositories.
I see. Yes. So I actually, and I'm sorry if I misspoke here, but the repositories holding the materials purported to fall under Fish and Wildlife Stewardship will be sending us inquiries to those materials by January 2025. As an agency, we have up to 18 months to submit a yes or no response from a control perspective. But because we already have the templates in mind, our goal is to get those submitted as soon as possible. So we will be able to move forward as quickly as we receive those. And if we absolutely receive them prior to January 2025, we'll move forward as soon as we can with receipt of that and moving forward with the confirmation.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Melanie. Thank you, Jasmine.
Yes, thank you, Jasmine.
Thank you.
The next and final presentation is from the National Park Service. Mary, you should be able to unmute.
I should be able to. Can you hear me? Okay, I've been having intermittent low bandwidth messages appearing, so hopefully it will stay in place for the next 10 minutes. So thanks. Good afternoon or morning, depending on where you sit, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to update the committee on the National Park Service Needs Assessment and Action Plan. My name is Mary Carroll, and I'm the program manager for the Park NAGPRA program, the office that oversees NPS's compliance responsibilities under NAGPRA. Park NAGPRA is part of the Washington office's Cultural Resources, Partnerships, and Science Directorate and provides technical advice, guidance, and training in close cooperation with our regional NAGPRA coordinators to the more than 400 NPS units in all 7 regions across the country. Before I address the NPS action plan, I want to highlight some accomplishments from the last half of 2023. In June 2023, the NPS director issued a memorandum requiring specific actions to proactively address NAGPRA before the promulgation of the revised NAGPRA regulations. The memo identified parks with submitted inventories but no associated published notices of inventory completion, and directed that notices be submitted within 6 months by December of 2023. Between June 2023 and January 2024, 16 notices of inventory completion from 13 parks were published, making 275 ancestors and 3,283 associated funerary objects available for repatriation. In October 2023, as you know, the Department of Interior issued its NAGPRA action plan, which included a requirement that DOI agencies undertake needs assessments and develop action plans for their own compliance with NAGPRA. The NPS, the NPS action plan was developed by the Park NAGPRA program with input from regional NAGPRA coordinators, the Cultural Anthropology program, the Archaeology program, the Museum Management program, and the Office of Native American Affairs. It was submitted at the end of April for the director's signature and submission to the department and transmission service-wide. It is still in process, apparently, and I don't have any control over it anymore, so I don't know how long it will take. The NPS action plan identified 33 parks with ancestors and associated funerary objects either already reported in inventories but without published notices, or known to be in NPS collections but not submitted in inventories. These parks need to update the existing inventories or complete new inventories and then submit notices of inventory completion for publication in the Federal Register. In addition to inventory needs, the NPS action plan identified parks with outstanding actions required for unresolved discoveries. By July 12th of 2024, the revised regulations require certain actions for discoveries removed from NPS land whose disposition was not complete before January 12th of 2024, when the revised regulations went into effect. The NPS action plan identified 29 parks that must address this requirement. So the NPS needs assessment and action plan requires that parks prioritize those actions for unresolved discoveries, prioritize updating inventories that were not completed by December 2023, and also completing inventories for the recently reported ancestors and funerary objects. During the first year of implementing the revised NAGPRA regulations, the NPS will conduct outreach to parks to inform them of and assist them with their responsibilities to address unresolved discoveries and to update or complete inventories as identified in the NPS action plan. We'll organize a meeting with key Washington and regional staff, which may include curators, cultural anthropologists, archaeologists, and tribal liaisons to encourage communication and cooperation at the regional level. We'll initiate updating the Park Service's NAGPRA guidance, conduct a webinar targeted to NPS curators because they've already requested that, and conduct a webinar reviewing the NPS reburial policy, which is being clarified through the issuance of a new director's memorandum in 2024. A piece of the NPS action plan is an update to the Park Service's funding information, which was submitted in response to the 2010 Government Accountability Office report on NAGPRA compliance in the federal government. At that time, the NPS reported that $850,000 was designated for the Park NAGPRA program budget, with approximately $500,000 in project funding. Since the combining of cultural resources fund sources several years ago, NPS NAGPRA projects must now compete with all cultural resource disciplines for project funds. And it is incumbent on parks, regions, and the Washington office to prioritize NAGPRA funding requests within the annual service-wide combined call. And the FY 2025 President's budget request for the NPS does include an increase of $250,000 to support the Park NAGPRA program. Finally, I want to share that the NPS will soon issue a memorandum from the director regarding NPS reburial policy and the process for requesting a waiver to that policy. Policy is not being revised. It is still the case that ancestors and funerary objects can be reburied on NPS lands if they were removed from those lands. But the memo will clarify the discretion that parks have to allow the reinterment of ancestors and their funerary objects on NPS lands and when a waiver from the director is required. And guidance for requesting such a waiver will accompany the director's memo. And I will end with some numbers, an overview of what the Park Service has accomplished since NAGPRA was passed. So since 1990, 5,925 ancestors and 100,699 associated funerary objects have been made available for repatriation through published notices of inventory completion. 5,528 of those ancestors, or 93%, and 85,462 associated funerary objects, which is 85%, have been repatriated to lineal descendants in Indian tribes or Native Hawaiian organizations. So 397 ancestors and 15,237 associated funerary objects have not been repatriated, primarily because the requests for repatriation from tribes or Native Hawaiian organizations have not been received yet. And through the development of this action plan, it's estimated that Park Service has possession or control of roughly 596 ancestors and a little bit over 2,000 associated funerary objects that have not yet been made available for repatriation. So thank you, and I am open to questions.
Members? Tim?
Thanks, Mary. I just want to ask, I noticed that in the budget, there is a proposed increase of $250,000 in one FTE. Is that a reasonable estimate of the amount that will be required for you to comply with the new regs?
Well, it's not reasonable for everything that the Park Service needs to do to comply. It is for Park. My understanding is that it's for Park NAGPRA program support in the form of the FTE, which will be very helpful in that we're kind of facing a bit of transition, because I will be retiring in September. So this will, at least assuming it goes through, it will ensure the stability of the program and that the FTT, the position will continue with, a little bit for operating costs, but obviously I don't think 250,000 is sufficient for everything that all of the parks in all the regions would need.
Thank you.
Members, any additional questions? Dominique?
Hi, Mary. You said that you identified 33 parks that either didn't have published
Sorry, Dominique,
inventories or they have known ancestors and they're just not formally. Oh, sorry. Can you not hear me?
Yeah, can you lean forward again? Thank you.
Sorry. Mary, you said that you identified 33 parks that either didn't have published inventories or they had ancestors that weren't accounted for formally. Have you made the list of those parks available to tribes to help in consultation efforts?
We haven't done that like from the Washington level. Individual parks are aware. So I don't have a definitive answer, but it would be definitely something to explore to do that. So I guess the answer is no, not as a, one project kind of thing, but it's certainly an idea to explore. Park Service is pretty decentralized, in regions. The Washington office doesn't really have authority to tell regions what to do, and the regions then, it goes down to the parks. So in terms of NAGPRA compliance and NAGPRA consultation, that occurs at the park level. But so I can't say that we've done that.
Okay. And is there any chance of the Park Service developing some kind of oversight for all the parks, or at least keeping track of compliance?
Well, we keep track of compliance. We have pretty good handle on what parks have done and what they need to do. And then we do that at the Washington level. I keep track of that, and we work closely with the regional coordinators, and the coordinators are working with parks. So yeah, we have a pretty good handle on that.
Thank you.
Any other questions, members? Okay, having heard none, any other comments before we go on? I know Tim, you had mentioned earlier about the presentation on the control issue.
Great, if I could. I want to thank the DOI representatives for this candid response and these great presentations, and highlight the important role that the Assistant Secretary for Policy Management and Budget has assumed in coordinating the actions of the various bureaus. To my fellow committee members, I want to point out the obviously disconnect between the cost estimates prepared by the department to support the new regulations and the actual costs reflected by the department's budget request for FY 2025. And I think it's critical that we continue our request to Congress to have the Government Accountability Office provide some insight into these differences. Regarding the determination of control, if we could sort of briefly turn to Brady and Stephen, if they're up to it, to sort of talk about what I'm interested in is not case by case, but just sort of what the elements are in determining whether there's federal control of these collections that are in non-federal repositories. And I know Brady and Stephen deal with different bureaus, so they can do it in turn.
We can chat a little about it, but I'd highlight, Tim, that you already started, citing to these the factors as you were in discussion with some of the bureaus talking earlier. The location of the human remains or cultural items where they were excavated, the timing of that excavation, the status of those lands, whether they're federal lands or private lands, and the application of various bureaus' authorities are all factors to consider when trying to determine possession or control as between a federal agency and one of its non-federal repositories. Now, that issue I found is even where the facts surrounding one of those elements, as you called them, isn't clear, it's not a prohibitive issue necessarily. There are lots of opportunities for agencies to work collaboratively between agencies, to work collaboratively with non-federal repositories, to move forward with repatriation. Essentially, while this question of possession or control, we need to look at in the beginning instances of the NAGPRA process. It's not necessary to have a definitive answer if you have collaborative parties who are all willing to participate in the process. So long as the parties that, you've narrowed it down to those that would have that possession or control are involved, they can work together in those complicated cases. But finally, I note that those complicated cases have been somewhat rare. And most of the time, people with the facts that they have are able to make determinations as to who has possession or control. But the solicitor's office is here to assist our bureaus at DOI, and we assume that counsel is available at other agencies as well to assist in those determinations.
Thanks, Brady. I guess the issue that people have raised with me, and that's why I'm kind of following this line, is it clearly, if remains or cultural items were removed from federal lands under federal control at the time, after 1979, that is reasonably well established because the Antiquities Act is pretty clear about this. Obviously, there's some glitches in that, but it's clear, particularly as compared to the Antiquities Act from 1906 to 1979, where you have current statute, current regulation that have an important role to be played by the Secretary of the Smithsonian, which I think most people are just generally ignoring, but it's in the statute, it's in the regs, so that's a problem. And then the antiquities, or the ARPA, when it was passed, basically said that all of the previously issued Antiquities Act permits are binding, are current. And I do know I've seen some of those permits where, particularly on tribal land, and we can talk to Stephen in a minute, particularly on tribal land, the permit says that the collections revert back to the tribe. And the Congress has said that those permits are binding. So that is complication. And then the third piece is for collections that were removed from federal land prior to 1906. And are those under federal control or not? I think those are the three that I'm kind of interested in.
Well, I'll let Stephen talk. These are issues he's been working on for a long time, but I'll relay just back to that point that that the analysis depends on that timing and on what authorities applied. It depends on the nature of the permits. Prior to 1906, if the federal government so wished to transfer collections from federal lands to a non-federal repository, to transfer what it might describe as ownership at the time, it could. So if there's evidence of that, that's something that we might consider. Again, as you noted, in the absence of another law like the Antiquities Act or ARPA, since they didn't exist at the time. The overlay of other ownership questions, I'll hand off over to Stephen. I just really want to reemphasize that there is an important case-by-case element to this, because it is rare that, and there are categories that are sometimes the same, but every excavation that has occurred has sort of had different facts that might apply to it.
Sure. Thank you,
Stephen.
Right, and those facts are, as you might imagine, even more complicated in Indian country. You're right, Tim, that the permits are very important for Antiquities Act items. In 1988, the department issued, as you probably know, issued a policy that said that that items from federal land or objects of antiquity that had been excavated from federal land or owned or controlled land were the property of the federal government unless the permit said otherwise. So yes, the permits are very important. The difficulty there is that, well, there's two things. One is, on Indian land, there is still a question as to whether that policy in fact applies, and that is the issue that Brady notes that I've been working on for quite a while. And we are hopefully going to have an opinion soon about that. The other piece is that some projects take so long that they have multiple Antiquities Act permits, and those Antiquities Act permits differ as to what they say, or may differ. I've had one project where there were some permits that said that the objects were owned by the tribes. Some permits said the objects were owned by the government, and some were silent. And so we need to go on a even if we've got some sort of broad ideas as to how this works, we do need to go on a case-by-case basis to see exactly how possession and control works on a particular site and a particular project. And so it is a difficult analysis to come up with sort of broad categories. And yes, for items before the Antiquities Act, where we don't have that federal assertion of ownership and control. That's all the Antiquities Act was the archaeological community getting worried about all of the theft of artifacts and that sort of thing from federal owned and controlled land, and wanting the Congress to assert that there was federal ownership there. Congress did that. But that is not to say that there wasn't ownership before that. And so the cases don't come up very often. But in some of the reports that we will be getting from that federal agencies will be getting from non-federal repositories, those cases there may be more of those. And we will have to look at the statutes, the circumstances of those particular lands and see exactly how to figure it out.
I guess my concern is there's a deadline for the institutions to provide that documentation or those lists to the agency.
There is.
January of 2025. And then there's a deadline of 180 days that they have to respond. So it seems to me that this needs to be ironed out. I know that you had mentioned that you're working on issues regarding particularly the Antiquities Act. I'm assuming this is related to the so-called Gover request. Any idea when soon is?
I have told people through the years that it will be before I retire.
And I understand your retirement is imminent?
Probably. So we'll see.
With that said,
it depends. Well, we will see.
With that said, I don't want to lose the thread that Stephen and I are trying to explain here, that while it's hard to make categorical rules, it's much easier to address these case by case. These are very solvable questions when you have the facts of a specific case before. So we are looking forward to hearing from for Bureau's hearing from the non-federal repositories and addressing those issues as they come up. We don't see it as a large we don't see these new cases coming in as a large issue to work through. It will be work. It will be more work for 6 months, of course. But I want to draw that distinction between how difficult it is to create categorical rules in this area versus how difficult it is to assess an actual case. It's a different type of difficulty, and it's much quicker to work on a case.
And yes, and the other piece with that deadline, with those deadlines, is that yes, there is a deadline for the repositories to submit information. There is a deadline for the federal agencies to assert control, but the regulations clearly provide that if the federal agency does not hit that deadline for assertion of control, they will be assumed to have control. So,
which was an excellent provision.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Members, any other last questions before we move on? Okay, having seen none, Melanie.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the National NAGPRA Program report to the committee. To begin my report, I would like to first generally describe the responsibilities that are delegated to the program by the Secretary of the Interior. The program manager is charged with publishing notices in the Federal Register, receiving and recording inventories and summaries as required by NAGPRA, and providing advice and assistance to NAGPRA constituents. The program manager also provides staff support on civil penalties, grants to tribes and museums, and regulations to implement NAGPRA. Finally, the program manager also serves as the designated federal official for the review committee. As the manager of the program, I am only able to carry out all of these many delegated responsibilities because of the dedicated staff of the National NAGPRA program. I'd like to provide the committee with a brief update on our work in the National NAGPRA program since I last reported to you in November. On December 6th, 2023, the Secretary of the Interior announced at the White House Tribal Nations Summit in Washington, D.C., the publication of the final regulations implementing NAGPRA. As you are well aware, the department started work on the revisions to these NAGPRA regulations with tribal consultation in 2021, the proposed rule for public comment in 2022, and the final rule was published as expected before the end of 2023. The nearly 3-year process to revise the regulations culminated in the publication of the final rule on December 13th, 2023. The regulations became effective 30 days later, January 12th, 2024. While the program certainly paused to celebrate this monumental publication, we were not able to pause for very long. As I reported to you last year, we continue to receive a record-breaking number of Federal Register notices. Between October 1st, 2023 and the effective date of the new rule in January, we received 158 notices for publication under the old regulations. In that same period, we were able to publish 167 notices in the Federal Register, making a concerted effort to publish as many as possible before the effective date of the new rule. Despite our best efforts, though, on January 12th, 2024, we still had some notices pending publication. But with steady and dedicated effort, especially by Lori Jennings of the National NAGPRA program, we were able to publish all of those notices by March 8th. Each of those notices includes a paragraph at the end of the notice explaining that the notice was submitted prior to the effective date, but it includes the required information under the revised regulations, so we were able to proceed with publication. Perhaps even more surprising, or at least it was to us, is the continued pace of incoming notices since the effective date of the new rule. Since January 12th, we have received 199 notices for publication. This fiscal year, we've already published a total of 406 notices. We have 7 more publishing tomorrow. Notice submission continues to be steady. We're averaging between 10 and 12 new notices each week. In the 4 months that we have remaining in this fiscal year, we are likely to exceed publication of 500 notices. As the administrative and bureaucratic arm of this process, we have a unique perspective on the work of NAGPRA across the country. And while these program reports may come across as a lot of numbers and statistics, I am reminded, and I know that the committee knows, that every day each notice gets published and each inventory that is updated means that another ancestor is one step closer to a respectful return. In other areas of our work, Congress appropriated another $3.4 million for grants in this fiscal year. The grant program supports 2 types of grants: project grants that are up to $100,000 and repatriation grants that are a maximum of $20,000. We hope to be able to announce the grants awards for this year in August or September. Unfortunately, however, the requests for grant funds still exceed the available funds. We did receive a total of 53 project grant applications this year, requesting nearly $5 million. We are working to process the repatriation applications that we received, so I don't have the numbers on those for you yet. And as a reminder to the audience, this year there's been a change in the repatriation grant timeline, and we are able to accept repatriation grants until next May of 2025, or until the funds are expended. We hope that museums and tribes will continue to apply for repatriation grants as needed throughout the next year. Earlier this year, the review committee asked that I provide an update on the status of allegations of failure to comply that were reported in the NAGPRA program report for fiscal year 2023. I'm pleased to tell the committee that we are continuing to evaluate, investigate, and work to resolve all of the allegations of failure to comply that have been received by the National NAGPRA program. I don't have additional information or statistics to share with you at this time, but I will be providing updated information in our next annual report on the resolution of any of those allegations. As the designated federal official to the review committee, it's also my responsibility to ensure that the review committee has the appropriate members appointed. In the next 5 months, we will have 3 members that are leaving the committee. On June 4th, 2020, former Secretary Bernhardt appointed Shelby Tisdale and Tim McEwen to 4-year terms on the review committee. Those are coming to their end. Shelby and Tim have each participated in 22 meetings during their time on the committee. In addition, Tim has served for vice chair for 16 of those meetings. The current secretary, Secretary Holland, appointed Armin Minthorn to a 2-year term on October 7th, 2022. That term will end in October of 2024. Since 1997, Armin has served 4 different terms on the review committee and participated in 31 meetings, serving as chair for 16 of those meetings. At this time, on behalf of the Department of the Interior, as well as the program, I would like to express my appreciation for the time and thought that each of you gave in your service to the committee in helping Indian tribes and Native Hawaiian organizations, and as well as museum and scientific organizations and federal agencies to better understand the goals and the process of NAGPRA and to reach common ground. So thank you, Shelby, Tim, and Armand on behalf of the program and myself personally. In anticipation of these upcoming vacancies, on Monday, May 20th, a notice was published in the Federal Register soliciting nominations for each of those 3 upcoming vacancies. Nominations must be received by July 19th, 2024. So this is as much for the committee as it is for the audience. We will report on other areas of our work at our next annual program report. Once again, I'd like to commend the staff of the National NAGPRA program and the Department of the Interior for their collective efforts, which allows the program to uphold these responsibilities. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Members, questions? Chip?
I had a question about civil penalties. The program report for 2023 states that as of September 30th, there were 74 pending allegations of failure to comply, which were divided into 10 requiring more investigation, 61 were under review prior to completion, and 3 that could be administratively closed. And I notice in the clarification of the materials that are in this meeting folder today, it now states that the number of substantiated and non-substantiated allegations remains the same from the program report and today at 23 substantiated and 37 unsubstantiated, but that the number of pending allegations has now been reduced to only 62. It was 74, now it's 62. So my question is, what happened to the other 12?
Yeah, thanks, sorry. I apologize, but I don't have that table in front of me right now. And I would need to take a look at those numbers to be able to respond to your question.
Okay. I noticed also from the 23 program report that most failures to comply have been with institutions of higher learning, local government entities, and private museums, with only 1 state government entity on that list. In light of our previous discussion about the misstatement in the NPS's draft National Programmatic Agreement regarding applicability of both federal and state requirements to recipients of NPS funds, is there a reason why allegations of state entities are not being investigated?
I would not agree with your statement that state agencies are not being investigated. We investigate all allegations that are received. Information that we provide in our program report are about those allegations that have been substantiated. We do not provide public information about all allegations that we've received, and we do not provide information publicly about those that are unsubstantiated.
But that information is available via FOIA, and as you know, I am a regular FOIA-er.
And as a regular FOIA-er, you know that we don't release information on pending investigations, only on those that have been substantiated or not substantiated.
But some of the pending allegations have actually been posted in public space by whoever is filing them. So it's knowable what some of those are, and there's a number of them that are state institutions. I guess it's what my concern is the correlation between this large group of allegations that have been pending for a very long time 12 of them that now seem to have disappeared.
I can address the 12 right now. The document that you're looking at actually refers to numbers from 2022. The 62 is the number from 2022. If you look at that document, you'll see it's clearly labeled as 2022. 74 is the number we reported in 2023. So the 12 are additional, they haven't been lost, but they have been added since that time.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I guess my concern is I believe there are some allegations against state government entities that are pending from what I have seen elsewhere. And the fact that those have not been investigated in a timely fashion, some of those have been filed years ago, correlated with this misstatement in the Park Service's draft proposed national programmatic agreement that said that states that receive SHPOs that receive this federal funding must either comply with federal law or state law. That's the term that was used, or state law, which, as we have clarified at previous meetings, is clearly false. That there is an appearance that state entities are not being held to the same standard that universities and museums and local government entities are being held.
Well, I appreciate your perspective on this, and I appreciate the amount of knowledge that you bring to the question. However, I disagree with your interpretation, both of the programmatic agreement as well as the reporting by the National NAGPRA program. I will just reiterate that we investigate all allegations that are received, or we review all allegations that we receive. And I disagree with you that we are not investigating certain allegations.
Okay, just to my fellow committee members, I think it's critical that we continue to request the Congress have the Government Accountability Office provide some insight into what's going on with civil penalty investigations. Thanks.
Members, are there any other questions regarding the National NAGPRA program report? Oh, I haven't seen that. Oh, sorry. Oh, I haven't seen it. Any questions? I guess we'll go on to reports to Congress for fiscal year 2024.
Yes, that is the next agenda item, is for the committee to discuss the next report to Congress for fiscal year 2024, which ends September 30th, 2024. As I discussed in the program report, this is the final meeting for Shelby Tisdale and Tim McEwen, whose terms end next in June 4th. I would strongly recommend that the committee use this time to discuss its recommendations for the fiscal year 2024 so that it can benefit from the input of Shelby and Tim at this time, and also prepare a plan for that report to be drafted so it can be finalized.
Yes, we plan to do that. Tim, you have a comment?
If I might circle back for a moment, not on the 2024 report, but on the 2023 report. I think I've been pretty outspoken about the long time that it took to get this to actually be sent to the Congress. I think it's 178 days from the day that the committee approved the report to when it was actually sent. I did want to bring up that the letter that is posted with the report seems to be the one that was sent to the Senate. I think we had asked for copies of all of the letters, but based on the ones that was sent to the Senate, it would appear that the report was not sent to everyone we had identified on our list. In particular, I can't see any reference to it being sent to the Senate President Pro Tem, Patty Murray, or the Senate Minority Leader, Mitch McConnell, the Majority Leader of the House, Steve Scalise, the Minority Leader of the House, Minority Leader of the House, Hakeem Jeffries. There's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 members of the House Resources Committee that don't seem to be referenced there. We also included a number of federal officials that we thought should get a copy of the report because we specifically addressed issues related to them. And that would be the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, the Secretary of the Army, the Secretary of the Smithsonian, the Director of the National Museum of the American Indian, the Director of the National Museum of Natural History, the repatriation coordinators at both Natural History and NMAI, and the Comptroller of the Government Accountability Office. And lastly, we had identified a number of organizations that we thought should receive a copy of the report, and I haven't seen any evidence that that has happened. And that would include the Association of American Indian Affairs, the National Association of Tribal Historic Preservation Officers, the National Congress of the American Indians, United South and Eastern Tribes, the American Alliance of Museums, the Society for American Archaeology, the American Anthropological Association, the Society for Applied Anthropology, the World Archaeological Congress, the National Science Collections Alliance, the American Association of Biological Anthropologists, and the Association of Science Museum Directors. Have those individuals and organizations received copies of the report, Melanie?
No, the second list you read of which appears in the right-hand column of the document that you all created and provided to us, which we greatly appreciate. We are working on sending the report to those entities by email. Those are not members of Congress, so we don't send those through the congressional office, but they would go out through my office. We, with the associations in particular, we were waiting to send one email, including the nominations call for the review committee along with your report, which we'll be doing soon.
And the federal officials?
We will certainly begin the work to share those with other agency leadership. And obviously we can send them very directly to the repatriation offices of the Smithsonian, but I will need to do a little bit more work to get those out to the leadership at other agencies.
I think we had sort of agreed to include these names to make sure that it got to the real leadership of the organization. So that's why we gave real names there. The missing members of Congress?
Well, you will notice that in the one transmittal letter that is available, there is a CC line that includes the other members of the committees, as well as the Native American Caucus. So they didn't get individual letters, but they were on the CC line of that transmittal letter that you can see. So all of the members of Congress received those. As far as the President Pro Tem, the Majority Leader, and the Minority Leader in the House, I am not sure of what the protocols are. I know that as you can tell from the transmittal letter, there are certain protocols about who receives letter and who receives CCs of letters, and I don't know all of those ins and outs, but I can certainly check with our congressional office on those.
And let me check with the committee. Do we still believe that all of these individuals should get a copy of the report?
Yes. Members?
Anybody opposed to that? So I think that that's the will of the committee. Thank you.
Other members, are there any further comments regarding the FY 2023 report to Congress before we go on to the FY 2024 report? Okay, I don't see anyone with comments. With regard to the report to Congress for fiscal year 2024, I propose to the committee that we should schedule a meeting in November 2024 to approve the fiscal year 2024 report to Congress. Notably, as we've been told, we may have only 4 members on the committee at that point, which should make finding possible dates for this meeting easier. Please check your calendars now and propose several dates in November that you will be available. For myself, those will be November 5th.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I would ask why we couldn't try to hold that meeting before Armin's term ends on October 18th.
Perhaps just the work involved in putting the report together. When we certainly can shoot for that, but there's a lot to do.
Okay, I just had in my mind that we would try to aim for a meeting before Armin's term ended in October. It's October 18th, I believe.
Right. I'm willing to do so earlier if, but we need a solid date in mind. Members willing to move the meeting up to October?
I'm willing.
So it would be sometime before October 18th, you said, Melanie?
Yes, let me verify.
Yeah, I would like to lock in a date.
I have the entire second week and fourth week free.
I apologize. Armin's term ends October 7th.
Oh. Well, that cuts it even shorter. Committee would
Chair?
Yes, Armin.
So Melanie, so we're now discussing our next meeting, is that correct?
Well, the meeting to review and approve the fiscal year 2024 report to Congress. So hopefully we might have a meeting before that, but we're losing Tim and Shelby in June.
Just as an aside, generally, I don't think it's good for him to finalize the report until October 1, because things can happen and it covers the entire year. Is it possible that the program can provide a program report that quickly? Because the program report is a key piece of doing the committee's report to Congress.
We can certainly provide the statistical pages that we attach to your report to Congress.
I think it'd be good to have maybe not final, but pretty good text of all of the pieces.
Okay.
So in terms of dates, what are we looking at?
Are we doing late September or early October?
Oops. I say we provide both and then select from those. So
In September, I have the week of the 9th, 18th, 19th, and 23rd.
for the entire month.
Mhm.
Dominique?
I've got the last 3 weeks of September and all of October is free.
Oh. And I do not have the 18th.
Armin? Armin, that's your availability?
Last week of September.
The 23rd or the week beginning the 29th?
23rd, the week of.
I can do the 23rd.
Toby?
Yeah, 23rd.
Okay, back to you, Dominic. Dominique.
23rd looks good.
Okay, so if we could schedule, Melanie, the next meeting when Armin's still on committee for what days of the week, what days of that week, September 23rd would be most for me, Thursday, the 26th would be the best.
I only have the 23rd.
Only the 23rd. Okay, I'll move it up. Everyone else available on that date?
23rd.
Okay. Okay, Melanie, if we could schedule it for September 23rd.
Yes, we will do that.
Okay, because we'll be shorthanded after June 7th, I request the committee's concurrence with asking Shelby and Tim to serve as non-member experts on the report to Congress subcommittee. Did everyone hear the request to ask them to continue as non-member experts, basically as volunteers, on the report to Congress subcommittee? Everyone agreed or anyone concerned with doing that?
No
Everyone good?
concerns. No, don't do it.
I would just like to reiterate your statement that this would be voluntary service. Once your term ends, you will no longer be reimbursed for your time or your expenses related to the committee.
Yes, thank you for that clarification, Tim and Shelby.
I will accept that.
All right, then we're adding Tim and Shelby as volunteers, non-member experts to the report to Congress subcommittee.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Yeah.
Mahalo, hallelujah. And then the next thing is we need to select, because this is Tim's last committee meeting, we need to select the vice chair.
While we're volunteering, if everyone is amenable to it, I will repeat what I did last year. I will take the 2023 report, change the things to reflect what has happened at our November meeting and what has happened here, and we'll circulate it back to the subcommittee. If that's okay. And I will get that out next week. If I might ask Lisa, would it be possible to get the raw transcript sometime reasonably soon?
Yes, I'll get it to you as soon as I can.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, can we circle back to the vice chair position? I'd reached out to the members earlier, asking folks to self-nominate. So who's interested?
I don't think I saw an email about the the duties.
Basically, to provide support to the chair, which Tim has done. Providing information on topics that are on the agenda and pointing out issues for further understanding. That sort of support.
I think the primary role is that if the chair is not available or cannot participate in the meeting, that the vice chair steps in to run the meeting. And that also includes the consultation with the DFO, potentially on the agenda if the chair is not available.
Members?
I can nominate myself.
Thank you, Dominique. Anyone else? Okay, having heard none, can we take a voice vote? Aaron? Support Dominique for vice chair? Aaron, can you hear me?
Yes. Support.
Okay, Toby?
Yes.
Angela?
Yes.
Well, I guess Tim and can you guys still vote?
We can still vote today.
Yeah. Tim?
Enthusiastically.
Shelby?
Yes, Dominic, I think you'd be great. Perfect.
Congratulations, Dominique. You're the new vice chair of the review committee.
I apologize, Mr. Chair, but I need to interrupt. We have 14 minutes left in the scheduled time of the meeting. And it is a requirement of FACA that we provide an opportunity for public comment during the time the meeting is scheduled. So I want to be sure that we have opportunity.
Okay, and then we will be able to make final comments once that's done.
Yes, I went ahead and put something in the chat, but I'll just reiterate verbally. If you would like to make a public comment, you may raise your hand. Or you can put your name in the chat and I will unmute you and allow you to speak. Until there's a hand raised, you could continue to talk. I just wanted to verbally give that instruction so we can be sure to accommodate any public comment that we might receive. Please indicate your interest in public comment now at this time so we can be sure to include you. Okay, I will let you know if we get a hand raised.
Okay, and I'll make this comment quick. I wanted to also express sincere mahalo and gratitude to Tim and Shelby for their dedicated service on the review committee and all of the contributions of knowledge and understanding of the repatriation process, and especially the guidance that was provided in helping us navigate some real challenging issues as we put our reports to Congress together. I wish you all the best and look forward to continue working on the fiscal year 2024 report. Mahalo nui.
Thank you very much, Alialoa. Thank you. Appreciate it.
It has been an honor to serve with you all.
Yes, this has really been an honor these past 4 years to be on this committee. Thank you.
Yes, Shelby.
So since we don't have anybody yet raising their hands to make any comments, I have a question for Melanie. I've been to a couple of professional meetings in the last couple of months, and there have been NAGPRA sessions that have included a lot of Native American tribal representatives, as well as young younger, the next generation, basically, of NAGPRA practitioners. And one of the issues and concerns that have come up, especially with the new regulations that have just, the revised regulations that have just been implemented, is training. And I was wondering, I know we have the YouTube webinars and so on that certainly need to be updated because they're revised regulations. But I know from my personal experience, those in-person trainings that used to be held prior to in-person meetings, which I'm hoping in the future there will be more of those in-person meetings. But having those trainings that would take place the day before the meetings were just incredibly helpful. It helped in particular to kind of bounce things off of other participants as well as the trainers that you don't have the opportunity to do with these YouTube webinars. So I just wondered if there's any thought about doing, I know with COVID and everything went online, but if there's any possibility of doing these in-person trainings again, and especially in-person meetings. I know there's some budget issues right now, so I'm thinking maybe this is an opportunity to put something in our report to Congress that, you know, additional funding would be very helpful in this.
Thanks, Shelby. I did not note this in my program report, but you may be aware that I have been offering monthly training sessions over Zoom. Those are on the third Friday of every month. And we've had a large attendance at those events, and they have provided that kind of opportunity that you're talking about for questions and answers, both between me and the participants, but really amongst themselves as well. I'll add to that the community of practice and its bi-monthly meetings have provided that kind of opportunity substantially as well. I do appreciate your reference to the number of sessions that have been held, especially at recent professional conferences, including a whole day at the Society for American Archaeology meeting around NAGPRA. And I believe that those have provided that same kind of opportunity for practitioners to speak to each other, to learn from others who have done this work and done it successfully. So I do want to emphasize the number of opportunities that there have been. In addition, you will note that in 2 of the presentations, it was mentioned that I will be traveling to Arizona for trainings, both for federal agencies as well as for museums and tribes. That was an invitation that I received and was happy to be able to accommodate. Similarly, when I've been contacted by state museum organizations, for example, I've been able to facilitate training sessions through those organizations directly to practitioners. So I'm certainly available to provide direct training to people. It is not always possible for that to be in person, but I have found Zoom to be in a very effective way of bringing training to a lot more people than we were able to do in the past. And of course, I'll just end by saying for in-person training, sending us an email or giving us a phone call means you get a one-on-one training session.
Great, thank you.
I do see that we do have a hand raised for public comment. Reylynne, you should be able to unmute.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, just fine. Thank you, Reylynne.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, NAGPRA Review Committee members. My name is Reylynne Williams. I am the Cultural Resource Specialist for the Gila River Indian Community Tribal Historic Preservation. And I just wanted to provide public comment on the presentations done by the Arizona State University and the University, or the Arizona State and the Arizona State Museum. Our office has been involved in NAGPRA consultations and repatriations with both of these institutions. And with Arizona State University, we know that that was a long time to come. They had gone through various curators at the center, and we have found that working with the current staff there at ASU, we believe that they are doing the best that they can with the resources that they have. And we are particularly impressed with their need to be in compliant under NAGPRA, but also that they're taking this opportunity as an education, an educational way of understanding what NAGPRA compliance is, you know, by inviting students to assist in the NAGPRA process. And we have met each of the students that participate in the NAGPRA process, and that interaction, I believe, has helped the students understand the efforts that ASU is making to be NAGPRA compliant, but also meeting with tribal representatives who are doing NAGPRA repatriation work. When we had first provided a letter of support for ASU's grant, NAGPRA grant, we did not hear anything back. We were not involved right away, but when the new curator of collections was brought on board, he immediately contacted the tribes and notified us what steps they were going to be taking. And that led them to here presenting to you, to the NAGPRA Review Committee and everybody who is in attendance. And just know that we have always encouraged the universities and institutions and museums to provide presentations to the NAGPRA Review Committee so that they can share the progress of their work. Because we know that sometimes some of those presentations provide beneficial information, you know, to everybody. And it's just valuable, you know, to everyone involved. And with the Arizona State Museum, you know, same thing. We try to encourage them to present at the NAGPRA Review Committee, and considering that they are a museum that holds collections within the state of Arizona, that is a lot in their collections. And for the amount of staff that they have, we believe that they have always been doing a great job at reviewing their collections for NAGPRA cultural items. And I just want to thank Jim Watson and Chris Castledine and Allison Delstead for working with all the tribes in Arizona, and for their work and their efforts. So thank you.
Okay, that was the only public comment we've received so far.
I have a quick question. For Melanie. Who is the TSA contact for I guess just going through the various airports, somebody on the national level?
Yeah, so there is a TSA Cares website where you can fill out a form that gets some of that information more directly to the airport that you're working with. I'd have to look up the contact name for the person at TSA, but I can do that for you, Angela.
Her name is Marie Trade, I believe. She's the tribal liaison with TSA.
Marie.
She is just fabulous to work with. And these include not just national repatriations within the US, but she also coordinates international repatriations. I can send you her email address.
That would be great. We had an issue, Salt River, Pima Maricopa Indian community and Gila River Indian community recently completed a repatriation from Seattle. And we had a horrendous time with TSA, and there was no reply from TSA Cares, or there was a lot of effort to try to find someone beforehand, and no one got back to us. And we had we just had a really hard time with that. And the entire issue, the entire incident was very traumatic for us. For me, and personally, I have PTSD issues, and it triggered that again, and I'm back to dealing with that on a more frequent basis because of that issue. So I wanted to talk to somebody about that, so this doesn't happen to anybody else. It was really terrible.
I'm really sorry to hear that. She would definitely be a good person to work with. We've worked with her over the years and have had nothing but excellent interaction with TSA through her work, her liaison work.
Yeah, I knew there was someone, but I wasn't sure. I couldn't find the name in my notes or anything. So I appreciate that.
Will do. Back to you, Melanie.
I'm not sure where we are at this point. We're combining the last two agenda items, and we are just past our appointed time. We can continue, of course, but I do want to be respectful of your time. We do not have any other hands raised or comments at this point.
All right, then if it's okay, I'd like to offer a closing prayer and bring this meeting to an end.
Certainly. Would you like me to stop the recording before you do that?
Please.